信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me get you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me yet when you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングの始めよう、
some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
that just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are.
till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on a ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause
Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train
fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind.
Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the
下路 able， 辅助 PP God， 主教练 Despair， 接下来，让我们欢迎 Anyone's Legend。上单 ZDZ， 打野小号，中单品 Z， 辅助 Sword Art。主教练 JMZ。LPL 春季赛第8周第3日的第1场比赛将会由 OMG 对阵 LPL 5位竞巅峰。Where they have been struggling to win up against teams that have been higher than them on the standings. So this is going to be a very important form check once again. But I think Abel for this week in particular, it was very interesting because I was on the LPL official website and he was voted as the best performing AD of the week. I am so sorry, Oshin, if I am cutting you off right now, but I may have lost audio of you, so
I
please
muted
take us
and
through.
I'm an idiot. I'm muted because I needed to sneeze
You're
and I did not
trolling me,
unmute.
man.
I am trolling everyone right now. I'm trying not to sneeze on broadcast because it's so annoying. But I'll try my best to make sure I do not do that any more times. But yeah, back in the draft. Aphelios gone. I was mentioning in my silence that Aphelios was his 3 picks against JDG, something that he's very comfortable with for Abel, and he's not going to get it this series.
Yep. Absolute chaos to start of the series, and I'm loving it, Oshin. Couldn't be doing it without you. But the Rumble is going to get hovered by AL. I mean, this is something very expected from Shanzi. Definitely just a little bit of a BM, but the Zeri naturally going to get locked in. I mean, a jungler could also perhaps be considered here. The Gragas, we have been seeing this flex to all 4 lanes. I mean, specifically in the jungle, I do prefer it there because you are able to go full AP, and that's just a big bomber for you.
Get the Bomba going if you can get it there, but the Wukong does set up some very nice engaged set of kind of priorities for the side of OMG. They have been very, very, honestly, just very set up in their ways of saying, we're going to lock in something for Aki. As long as we get something for Aki, we don't really mind what happens in bot lane. I think during the IG series for OMG, we saw 5 AD carry bans go towards that bot side, so we'll see what they end up trying to like prioritizing here. And this is the thing with OMG. I was just going to say, they have no problem locking in all their solo laners right now because the Rumble Yone combination is something they love.
I love Shanzi so much. He's definitely one of the most exciting top laners to watch in the LPL because he just doesn't care. He blinds the Rumble, doesn't care what ZDZ is going to pick. Something more like the Jax where he is comfortable and it is most played. But Cream on this Yone, definitely a big reason why they were able to get a lead up against JDG in that series in particular, where I think OMG really depend on Cream having that side lane pressure, where Abel and PP Gold, although they have been also performing well, I think Cream is definitely the star of the show for tonight.
Absolutely, and Cream has been just kind of silently bringing up his kind of setup right now as, ooh, a set locked in here now for ZDZ, I would imagine, going up to that top side. Good engage options, good ways of kind of punishing Sanji if he does end up walking too far forward. Should that go into the top lane, could be a mid lane set as well, or even a support set, to be perfectly honest. Plenty of diversity available across the board. Exactly, any mid could be a thing here. We've seen plenty of weird and wonderful things throughout the LPL. This would not be a strange one for us, but coming back into this one here, we can see that AL, they've locked in effectively what is a solid bot lane combination. They're kind of getting rid of anything that can be a threat to the Zeri, so the Nautilus kind of gets rid of that Nautilus Draven combination. And OMG are saying, cool, we're going to go through our plan as we always do. It doesn't matter what you ban against Abel and PP God. We got our solo laners, and that's the top half that we're going to try and work towards and get the advantages from.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what type of ADC OMG is really going to go for in this particular instance, as a lot of them have been taken off the board. I mean, only Ashe and Caitlyn and Jin is being left open for the side of Abel, but the jungler for AL still a very big question mark, as you are up against something like the Wukong. I mean, we haven't seen an Elise ban just quite yet, and I have been loving the Elise pick, something that just gets you ahead early and something that is very proactive. It has been taken off, but you know, it is okay because we have been seeing a lot of Lee Sin for Xiaohao, and I don't want to be disappointed.
Don't want to be disappointed, but maybe we might be in store for a little bit of shenanigans right now. This could be just straight up a Lilia jungle. I broke the cardinal rule of not talking about hovers until they are officially locked, so I got baited on that particular one, but
Ooh,
see, I do think that the Maokai or any kind of AP jungler makes a lot of sense coming to this one here, because you are looking at the team comp at the moment and saying, like, there's not really a huge amount that you can go with if that is a set mid, so you want to make sure you're getting the best of whatever you can get right now. And all the way down this draft, it's a very curious thing, because in the LPL we are seeing it more and more.
No.
The Lucian Nami is just kind of off the side, and it is only because we're seeing things like the Aphelios, the Xayah, and even the Nautilus taken off the board that it has to come down to this side of the draft.
I thought we escaped the Lucian Nami meta now that we are in patch 13.4. LCK is still very much enjoying the Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami type of matchup in bottom lane. However, Lucian has become a lot weaker, as all of the meta ADCs are extremely long range and they just scale so good into the late game. This is going to be a Jace hover for that last pick, probably going to go into the hands of Pinzi, as he is going to have an aggressive matchup up against Cream. And I think the most important thing is going to be about this mid jungle duo, where we saw excellent things from Aki in that JDG series. So as long as he's able to get that tempo on early up against something like the Maokai, where he hasn't picked up his items just quite yet, OMG, I mean, they look very comfortable with how the draft went.
Yeah, I think, again, like, they're very happy with the engage they have available to them, the wombo of the Fate Seal, the Equalizer, the Cyclone with the Tidal Wave. It's a mash of Earth, Wind, and Fire coming in at every different angle, and it does feel like both teams have got very good ways of starting a fight, but it is going to be about who gets caught out first. Really is going to depend on what way these fights turn out.
Yeah, Shanti locking in this Rumble for, I believe, the third time of this season, where he has picked up 2 wins. Every time he just gets absolutely camped out of his mind in that top lane, but he still manages to scramble his way back in through these team fights, especially in the jungle, where Rumble just acts so well with that ultimate available. But Lucian Nami, once again, in the hands of Abel and PP Gold. We've been talking about this, where Abel, he is that Samira player, but it wasn't going too successful here for him. So it's really nice to see him go back to the default of the meta, where it is going to be Lucian and Nami trying to look for that mid-game spike and really get things online for the Yone to apply pressure in the side lane.
Well, both teams locked and loaded. Very much needed here for AL. I feel like if they lose this, you are resigning yourself to really not making it to playoffs. I don't think it's mathematically impossible, but it's definitely not probable. for them to be able to make it out. For OMG, as we mentioned earlier, trying to get higher and higher in the standings. You face against our bottom 2 teams in the standings in Anyone's Legend and Fun Plus Phoenix in this week, so you need to be building and riding that momentum. We'll see what they're able to do. OMG with Pure Comfort, Anyone's Legend with some of the OPs. And we are already seeing some early shenanigans towards this bot side. No ward at the moment for either side, but it's a full-on invade coming into now on this bot side.
Definitely getting some vision onto this red buff just to spot out how Aki is going to part this game. But I'm pretty surprised that Ale has decided to opt into the Maokai, as he has received a slight nerf alongside Elise, still very high priority. But you know, Gragas has been seeking back into the meta for a reason, and that's because he acts as a wonderful solo AP. That's definitely something that Ale is lacking, so it's going to really depend on how Xiaohao gets his items online and they're able to maneuver around those saplings for these major objectives.
We'll see where everyone kind of wants to focus right now. We do see some early vision being put down by Shanji on that red buff, so he's going to have a fairly decent idea of where Xiaohao is going to be starting. Cream just getting a little bit of stacks going for himself.
You're so low, Cream!
Yeah, well, he just wanted the stacks, you know? It's all about the stacks. And he didn't even use the stacks. I think it was more just to stop PinZ from pinning him back behind his tower.
He's already getting pinned back,
claim to understand it. Yeah, I don't claim to understand the methods. I just observe them and tell the loving public what's happening.
Yeah, even though Doran Shield has received a slight nerf, I believe the passive healing went from 6 to 4. So even though Cream was just trying to get some stacks on that Q from the Raptor camp, he is going to heal it back up with no problem at all. But this ward placed earlier by Ale is going to spot out Aki, where they do notice that the monkey is going to clear up as he started this bottom side.
Well, level 2 hit by the OMG bot lane, and immediately you can see they're just being aggressive, being annoying, as the Lucian Nami combination does tend to have this one here. And I wanted to kind of ask you as well, we obviously have seen a massive deprioritization on the Lucian Nami, and I wanted to kind of pick your brain as to why we're seeing teams kind of maybe move away from that particular duo.
Yep, so Lucian Nami has received a slight nerf in terms of the mana pool, but I think with the current meta being a lot tank-centric with the Scion and with the full tank Gragas, a lot of Roa champions like Sylas and Annie in the mid lane, well, Lucian just doesn't have the damage to kill something like that and also doesn't have the range, so he's really struggling to kill the topside carries. But very aggressive play from Shanji, most likely forcing a flash here perhaps.
Oh, Shanji will have the scrap shield to keep himself relatively healthy. Needs to be careful there with the Let's Kiss coming in, bringing him underneath the tower. I believe that is the unofficial name for it. But I feel like they missed an opportunity with that. It definitely felt like it could have been a little bit better, a little bit more fun with it with Seth, but not to be for the moment. We do see just kind of generally what we expected to see. Yeah, I just call it like let's kiss or now kiss is what I say, because normally it's like you're bringing, you know, like 2 different people together. It's like now kiss. just thinking about that. But I was just gonna say, like, you know, we're seeing the laning phases kind of go exactly as we expect them to. No one's really coming out on top. I will say Cream will have to burn the TP just to make sure he's still relevant. But Aki's getting himself up towards this top side, and this is ZDZ without a ward, really, any kind of vision, so he's got to be very aware right now that this is not something he can push in. You can see it right now, ZDZ, he knows something might be up, so he has to just kind of concede that the wave's just really in a bad position.
Yeah, Aki did dodge that ward perfectly in place in the river by ZDZ, but this wave is looking so terrible as it is going to get frozen in a matter of seconds. But we need to talk about how Shanji does have the Ignite, I guess, advantage when it does come to the 1v1 or perhaps even a 2v1, as Aki did get spotted from the bot side, pathing towards that top side. We saw a response play from Xiaohao trying to get something as a return, but OMG having their wards placed very nicely did spot him out as well.
Slow early game right now. This has kind of been a staple, honestly, for OMG. This is something that we've been seeing from them, is that they're accruing their advantages not from just mindless kills, not just from forcing skirmishes. They are just picking lane dominant carries and forcing stuff forward. Sornar does land the stun, forces the cleanse out of Abel, and you can see there when Abel not able to move forward as aggressively, does end up getting punished quite effectively. But yeah, OMG, they're happy with these kind of states of games because they know that they're going to be able to kind of move around the map smarter. And that's kind of been OMG in a nutshell throughout this split so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm not too sure if OMG's happy with burning 2 summoners in that bot lane trade. A kill perhaps in this mid lane is going to get diffused out as Xiaohao just didn't have the range to get a root off. But this Lucian and Nami already having the cleanse and heal getting taken off in a mistake engage, I suppose, because you didn't really burn anything and the Lucian was out of mana, which was a huge effect of just the nerfs coming into patch 13.4. So Sword Art on this Annie can perhaps look for a play as Xiaohao is parting towards his bot side and really shut down Abel before he gets those items online.
I'd like to see where everyone kind of goes right now. Shanji with pretty decent idea that the jungler...
Shanji. Oh.
Yeah, classic Rumble proxy farming. But Aki now in a 1v3 at the moment. Could be a 3v3. Aki probably going to have to flash here. Doesn't have access to the Cyclone, so can't really make anything work. And this is the thing. You look at OMG's composition. We talked about the wombo of their level 6s. It is very much they can't really make anything else happen until level 6. They don't really have any CC outside of the Aqua Prison, so they are just sitting here waiting until they hit level 6s across the board.
Yeah, most definitely. And that also goes into the same, I guess, situation that AL is in, as you do really rely on the Maokai ultimate coming online for these major objectives. But I think OMG, they really need to fight around these chokes as we approach the major objectives, because you have something like the Cyclone, you have something from Shanzi, which is going to be the Rumble ultimate. So if they're able to get these onto Betty while he's immobile, I think it's going to be huge for the side of OMG. But AL, if they are able to play with their space properly, I mean, you have a Jace, you have a Zeri, and you're able to create the space between the carries of OMG, I think if they're able to just, I guess, kite them out, it will be very comfortable for AL to be in.
We're gonna wait, Kitty.
I'm
It's slow,
waiting.
it's steady, it's kind of boring, not gonna lie. As we wait to see where we go. And honestly, I was gonna think, I was like, okay, you know what? Everyone's hitting level 6s. Maybe we'll see it engage. Probably not. We're probably actually gonna see a trade of the Rift Herald and the Dragon, if anything. So I'm not holding my breath for any kind of action to happen right now. Both these teams seem very content to just take the laning phase as it is. It is equated to literally nothing of an advantage for either side. Lanes are picking up advantages in some ways, and yeah.
I'm pretty surprised that Abel just got out of lane burning cleanse for absolutely no reason and Ale didn't take an advantage for this. You did have the Annie flash available, so I would have expected to at least a regank from Xiaohao, but something or a big problem about these teams that are to the lower end of the standings is that they're very scared to make plays. They're very hesitant, and that does just make them or force them to play standard, where sometimes when you do get to those major objectives or major fights, you just can't out-mechanic the enemy team, because talking about LPL mechanics, I mean, they have some of the best in the entire world, so it really becomes a struggle for these bottom-end teams.
Look, Kitty, you're coming up to the end of your first full regular split. As I'm gonna try Caster Curse it now by talking off topic. Oh, here we go. Xiaohu cuts down the ultimate. Level 6 use. Flash Steel's getting burned by PP God to make sure he does not get hit by the oncoming roots. And everyone from AL should be able to move back down towards this thing. And we're going to see a trade, as I suspected, I imagine, for the Dragon in favor of the Rift Herald. But yeah, come back to my point. Here at the end of your first regular split. You've obviously been doing LCO as well on the side and stuff like that. You've actually been streaming as well. You've been doing a lot this particular spring split. So how are you finding it so far? What's been your favorite moments, and also maybe your most difficult kind of transition, I suppose?
Ooh, most difficult
interview with Kitty.
An interview. I'm getting interviewed now. Well, it definitely is a lot of fun joining the LPL this year as part of the team, and it is officially my first year as a shoutcaster, so it's definitely a challenge, but I am more than for it. And I think my favorite, or at least the show or the star of this split, was JDG versus Weibo, where I was just on the edge of my seat. I wasn't casting it, but just as a little JDG fangirl, I was just shaking with excitement as they lost up against OMG. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, it was a great series, great game. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Great to have you on the team. Of course, we've had Jamada and Nymera join us full time. It's been great for seeing those guys come on as well. Lots of new faces as Ox and Dagda left. We did see Sword Art having to use his flash there to make sure he does not die. And the cleanse was traded back again. So again, small summoners being taken either side by either team. No one really gaining any huge amount. But I will say that with level 6s being hit and no cleanse in that bot side, we should start to see a bit more pressure being put down by the AL bot lane.
Yeah, most definitely as we approach mythic items very soon. Shandy getting a lot of damage into ZDZ here. Forcing the flash out.
Yeah, he ignited. ZDZ knew if he took one more overheated auto attack, we could have definitely seen a bit of a bad situation, but AL not to be outdone. Xiaohao in this bot side knows there's no tidal wave, knows there's no cleanse, but a heal and a flash is available. They're not going to go for it just yet, so everyone just kind of backs themselves away. Again, little small inklings of maybe a bit of pressure here, a bit of pressure there, but it's not leading into anything significant for the moment.
I'm gonna be real with you, Oshin. We do have scaling options for both OMG and AL, but if you think about it, the Yone and the Rumble, once they get their hands onto someone like Betty, I mean, you are just an ADC, I mean, poor ADC without any peel coming to these, not like a Lulu or a Thresh, so definitely going to be a huge struggle if this Yone gets out of control, especially getting all the resources from the side lane once these towers break, but we already see this top lane matchup down 30 CS, burning that flash as well. Shandy definitely having a very fun time blinding this Rumble.
Yeah, having a pretty decent time of it, about 25 or so CS up at the moment. Hasn't really been doing it, but I will say ZDT's plan taking the set wasn't really to win the laning phase. You don't pick anything, there's very little, to be perfectly honest, that will win a laning phase into the Rumble. So he's not really looking for that particular kind of setup. What he's looking to do is he's looking to be an initiator, someone who can dive in on the backside, catch out maybe the Lucian or even the Yone, and stop them from getting on top of the Zeri. That's kind of his plan and his setup. So as long as he has a score drinker in relative time alongside the Night Harvester of Shanji, that's all he really needs to be doing. That's item parity as such, as we love to say this around these parts. But no one has dropped the Rift Herald just yet. Azaki may be looking to try and drop it into mid lane. There's no real good opportunity for him to do it, but with only a minute 40 left on those plates, he's got to drop it soon.
Alright, Oshin, I'm gonna give you a tough question. When do you think we're gonna see First Blood this game? Because we have a lot of summoners being burnt, but not a lot of action.
First Blood? What was our latest First Blood this split, I wonder?
Like 16 minutes. Everyone's like, oh my god, am I watching LCK or something? But to be fair, I think the meta has just died down a little bit with Aphelios and Xayah coming back into the meta. Everyone's just trying to see us and get those items online where... Ooh, an ultimate from Xiaohao, however.
Yeah, he's going to pop it in. There's the ultimate back in. Great bubble to stop everyone from moving forward. And there's First Blood. You called for it. You shall get it. The TP comes in from Cream, but it doesn't really do anything else after that. So, successful gank by AL. They get themselves the kill on bot side, and most importantly, they get onto Betty.
Finally, some action, Oshin, as the First Blood goes into the hands of Betty, like you said, putting the Zeri significantly ahead, as Aki is going to make up for that gold as we see the Herald being dropped for Shanzi, and he's going to have a banger of a time picking up that Dark Harvest very soon, but they did just focus down on PP God as he did have to burn Flash in the first 2v2, forced out of Sorta, and naturally AL follows up with this play from a hard engage as Xiaohao did just place that ultimate towards the bottom side. We're gonna see a replay where Xiaohao was just dodging the vision as Sorta was trying to clear out this tri-bush as they catch PP God off, I guess, focus. The ultimate does land from the PP God without that flash available. I mean, I think he should have used the tidal wave upwards since you are going against someone like the Maokai. It just doesn't really matter. He doesn't have that flash to get away, and it was just poor positioning in the very end.
A little bit of poor positioning without the flash available for PP God. Good timing by AL, as we do see more TPs being used. Gold still pretty much dead even. I was just a little small note before we get this Dragon potential fight in 20 seconds time, but I actually like that Shanji didn't take any of the gold from the plates on top side, because Aki kind of made a call and said, hey, I'm gonna have Divine Sunder if you give me this 175 gold. So they let him have it. He got the Divine Sunder and he's able to pick that one up maybe just before this fight. Aki moving forward. They are pushing in to make sure they can get a little bit more control. It is difficult for the moment, but they know that the Dragon is being started. They know it's being focused down. Aki will take a little bit of poke. These saplings are starting to do work. The no demonic embrace just yet. TP from EDZ, and they actually have Xiaohao as well, but there's going to be A full engage coming out. The tidal wave is good to disengage. Aki forced the flash away. Flash in forward. They're going to try and burn down onto Aki, and they will get him. Sword Arc does not fall just yet. Now he does as Rumble comes out on the backside of this one here. Abel trying his very best to survive, but Betty picks himself up his second kill. And OMG, I'm just not quite sure what the plan was there. The dragon was dead. You didn't need to go for anything.
Yeah, very messy communication as the dragon was already dead, just like you said, Roshin. So the play was just to leave as you trade for the Herald that is going to be spawning in 10 seconds. However, they opted into it as they didn't expect ZDZ's flank TP from the bottom side, and they realistically just got sandwiched in this team fight. But the dragon falls here as the Maokai ultimate only roots one person, but with ZDZ coming from the flank, he just gets another carry into the fight, where this fight just wasn't really well played from OMG. They're very scattered as Shanty only just joins the fight. He does pick up a kill for himself, but a 2-for-1 trade where you could be going for the Herald. Definitely a bit of a messy fight, to say the least.
Messy, scrappy, and this is kind of what we were talking about, you know, OMG coming off of the back of winning against of JDG, and now we're looking at them against AL, our second last team in the standings, and they're not really having the same kind of power, not really having the same kind of presence that we have you know, come to know and see from these guys. So really hard to know what way to kind of rank these people, this particular team as we come in towards later side of the split. Aki will take up the second Rift Herald, so again, you could have traded that back, wouldn't have been a big issue. ZDZ moving himself towards this backside and seeing if he can maybe make a bit of a play. Does have his flash and his ultimate back up, so he's moving forward onto this, seeing if he can be a bit more of an engaged tool for plenty of hard CC available as well for the side of AL. You can see just kind of like all the different ways they got available to them to be able to try and lock up a single person or even a group of people and punish them down.
You already see that Cream is getting a bit fed in the side lane as he is becoming an absolute nuisance, where both junglers have to put their attention in this Jace vs Yone matchup in the top side. But with the dragon fight going into the hands of AL, I think it really revives ZDZ with how the early game laning phase went, although Shanty is still up a little bit of gold. A fight's going to ensue.
Yeah, Fate sealed and Xiao Hao goes down. That's the combination. We only saw a little taster of it there, of the ultimates being used in tandem. Aki and Cream doing very well to get that for themselves and their team, but there's only a little bit of something for the moment. No real objective to take until Dragon and Baron spawn in 2.5 minutes time. So again, little moments here, but OMG seems to be waking up slowly but surely. Similar to me a couple of hours ago for Tech Check, they needed time to wake up before they really knew what was going on. Speaking of what's going on, PV God, he doesn't want to use that flash, but he does have to use the tidal wave. So now we're going to see a full flash engage coming in here. PV God flashes, he heals, and he still goes down. Betty slides and glides over the top to try and make something work, but you've invested 4 people towards the top side. Mid lane's all on its load, so that's going to go down.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough from PP God. He was just really holding onto that flash for the very last second, burning the set flash as a return. However, this mid-tier one is going to fall into the hands of OMG. But, I mean, ZDZ is really reviving back into this game, finding angles from these skirmishes in the side lane. I thought OMG had their eyes onto PinZ, but with AL reacting very fast, they rotated both the top laner and support. Usually you see the jungler, but Xiao got caught off. So ZDZ realistically just acting as a gut jungler and catching these people that have been mispositioning in these side lanes.
I will say, you did use your flash there from ZDZ, and yes, you did get 2 summoners off of PB God and of course the kill, but you're not going to have that for a minute's time when the dragon does spawn, so we'll see if that does end up having a significant impact, but that's kind of the way they want to play these fights. They want ZDZ to be going in aggressively, using that ultimate to make sure he can get something going for his team, and then maybe make something here. PinZ, he's going to take a tower shot as well. He will not die because he's got himself a knockback, but needs to be very aware that he's not going to be taking too many fights against this Yone as longer this game goes on. The lethality into the crit, you tend to see crit win out more often than not.
Yeah, most definitely. I think crit is probably one of the most ridiculous RNG factors that we have in the game, but this dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds as OMG, they don't seem like they're going to rotate, as this is the 3rd dragon, also a mountain soul for this game in particular. So I think if OMG, I mean, if they want to just go for the tier 1 tower, not too many problems as you are playing towards this Yone and getting him online in the side.
Well, still 10 seconds till that spawns. They've got Shelly, and she'll be able to get her head smashed into that one there. Xiao Hao using his ultimate. Decoy does end up doing its job. Soaks up that. Now you don't have the ultimate of the Maokai really to kind of set this one up. ZDZ is spotted on a ward, so they know exactly what he's trying to do. He doesn't have flash, so he's not going to be able to make himself over the wall and catch somebody unaware. Both mid laners are in the top lane. 20 minutes on the clock, and this could be a pivotal fight, Kitty. This could be the decider between if AL get themselves to the soul point and if OMG are able to get themselves kind of ahead in this game. PP God now being forced back onto ZDZ, who goes straight in on top of him. He gets tidal waves off. He does get the haymaker, and it does just that. Knocks PP God out, but an equalizer comes off to stop the retreat. The top laner has been traded. Abel needs to flash away, but Betty is chasing him. But the fate's sealed, and Betty gets caught out. He was just too far forward. The dragon hasn't even been started yet, Kitty, but Cream is hunting for more. He wants blood. He wants more kills, and he knows he can find them. You can see him there. He finds Pinzy, not going to be able to get the knock up, and we'll just go straight back to his soul.
This game is so chaotic, exactly with how the stream started. I mean, Cream definitely getting online with this Yone and ZDZ trading 1-for-1 with PP God, but Betty specifically in that team fight eating forward into the hands of OMG, where he pretty much just gave a free kill over, and that's your ADC dead. And especially if you have to play around the poke from Pinzy, I mean, you're just playing way too fast, and you have to wait for the damage from this Jace. We see the 1-for-1 trade from PP God, which is a support for tank, so I would take that for the side of OMG, but this choke was very terrible for AL to walk into, as Shanty gets a pretty nasty ultimate onto all the members here. But look at Betty, he goes in, gets cycloned, and he flashes and doesn't get the kill onto Abel, and Cream notices this and instantly ults him as well.
I mean, the big thing as well is that you can see there that the equalizer doesn't do a lot of damage, but what it does is it completely separates the rest of AL. They have to commit flashes, they have to commit any kind of, you know, escape tool that they would not maybe want to try and keep in reserve to break the distance, and people like Sordar and Pinzy just weren't able to kind of break that distance. So Betty found himself completely isolated, not able to join up with his team, and pays the price. So now, coming back into live, it's a dragon, it's a 2,000 gold lead, and it's OMG with 2 items on their big carries, and Cream, he's going to jump onto ZDZ here, and ZDZ is not going to be able to do a huge amount because Cream's already got himself the Bloodthirster, so he's just really unkillable in a 1v1.
Roshin, I hope you're going to get used to seeing this, as we have been seeing a resurgence of Immortal and BT coming into patch 13 here. But with the bubble overheal, the shield is absolutely redonkulous, and Cream is just going to have another health bar when it does come to the 1v1 duels on the side. But with Cream picking up his second items, also a lot of second items coming online for OMG, also denying the third Dragon Soul point for AL, giving an extra 5 minutes for them to breathe. I mean, this mid game is looking in favor of OMG. I'm really happy that PP Go traded 1-for-1 with ZDZ.
Yeah, sorry, just Shanji with a bit of a bad ult there on the equalizer. It's a very short cooldown. You have a couple of upsies if you really want to. Ooh, Sword Art nearly gets taken out there, at least very, very low. Does hold his flash for the moment, and Sterk gauge picked up by ZDZ as he goes back out onto the map. But now we're starting to see the gears turn right now, Kitty. We're seeing OMG getting a lot of pressure around the map, and they seem to be coming out on top in a lot of these small little skirmishes.
Yeah, we've been setting up OMG as that mid-jungle duo. Cream is the focus for this game, as he loves his silent champions. An engage from the side of OMG, not going to find too much as AL does defuse this, but Cream just applying so much pressure, as no one realistically can face up against his Yone now, as he is picking up his items. I mean, Pinzy definitely struggling, also ZDZ not having a lot of damage in terms of his build. He's realistically only going to find those angles onto carries of OMG, and hopefully they get a pick before a straight up 5v5.
Well, 5v5, 5 for 5 in terms of the kill scores right now. 2 minutes till the dragon spawns. Baron is on the table. Both teams take it extremely quickly. If they do want to try and turn and burn for that, having the AD mid laners alongside the AD carries does make that a nice little setup. You do have Betty picking up his bladed, or super bladed, Bloodthirster. As get a little bit of shielding going for him. It's the new build that you end up kind of going with right now. Is OMG trying to see if they can find any kind of other advantage right now. We'll say Shanji is 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, so definitely feeling confident at the moment. If he gets it up to 10, he could definitely look to try and turn that into a Medjai's Soul Stealer, and that's when the game starts to get really, really tentative for AL, but all those stacks would be gone in the blink of an eye if you're not careful. So AL going back, trying to pick up as much items as they would like. They would love to have the Radiant Virtue, or sorry, still not the Radiant Virtue, the
Even Shroud?
Mythic. Yes, thank you. The Evan Shroud picked up here for Xiaohao if they
gotcha.
could, but it is going to be a tough one with only a minute till Dragon. I can see OMG really hard forcing this. Cream's already level 15.
Yeah, I mean, these two side laners are just getting absolutely out of control for the side of OMG, but that goes back to my point about Betty in these team fights, where he is going to be the main focus for OMG to shut down, as he does have the Immortal Shieldbone BT coming online, also picking up something like the IE as his third item. Not just there quite yet, but if Betty is able to play slower and he doesn't just run in for no reason, I think AL, they need to play with that space, because we saw how it went the last time. Pinsy already getting the poke down. They really need to utilize the poke.
Shanji not need to be there. He's going to try and flash away. He does have the scrap shield doing work, but there's going to be enough damage coming down. The fate sealed, and Cream comes in to pick up a counter kill. So 1 for 1. They get the TP out of ZDZ as well. Shanji flashed and ignited. Doesn't really do much else for him. Still has the equalizer in 30 seconds till he spawns back, but again, Pinzi died as well. So it's a 4v4 until both of these solo laners are back in the mix.
We need to remember that Pinsy does have that TP available, so they can be back for a 4v5 with that numbers advantage. However, no ultimates available for both Sorda and Xiaohao, so it's going to be a bit hard zoning off OMG. This is going to be the third dragon as they started.
They're going to start it up. Would only be soul point, not quite the soul just yet. ZDZ trying to see if he can be a bit of a nuisance. Takes a fair chunk of damage onto him. Betty also soaking up a little bit himself. Everyone peppered down about a third or a quarter of their health. Dragon, 5,000 HP. It's going to reset a little bit. TP comes out. And OMG know with that extra summoner available to the side of AL, they just can't take the fight. It's not the soul just yet, but it does put AL on soul point.
Yep, Shenji just getting a little bit caught out when it does come to rotating towards the mid lane, and AL catches this instantly as Sorda commits the flash ultimate and gets that, but Cream does get a return onto Pinsy, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. This Baron is going to get stacked up by Cream with his Q.
They're baiting it because they know they can try and catch someone out. There's a flash forward with the Haymaker as they look to try and catch out ZDZ. They will get their man. Betty is hit by the equalizer, but it just kind of brings down the shield and stops any kind of re-engage. Cream taking a fair bit of poke here from the Jace and the saplings of the Maokai, but not going to be falling down just yet. So a little bit of a counter kill coming in here for OMG as they finally take the kill lead. But it's still AL with relative control around this map. No one's really been able to take towers. We haven't actually really talked about it. There's only been 2 towers taken by both sides. This could be the third here by AL. This is not a huge amount. There's a lightning crash. PP going to be coming in. That's going to be Cream trying to find his mark as they do get rumbled down again. Shanji does die. The face sealed. Lands on the 3. And that's going to be a huge team fight win here for the side of OMG. They are chasing back Sword Art and Betty, trying to see if they can get any more kills, which can almost certainly mean that's going to be the Baron.
Cream TV's in and wipes the ball with that ultimate, going to be the Baron for the side of OMG, something that AL was trying to deny, but this double kill going to the hands of OMG, I don't know if AL can stop this.
They're going to try. Don't forget, you're taking a lot of damage from this Baron. Betty and Sword Art can still make something work. Cream trying to play keep away, goes back to his soul as ZDZ finally gets himself near this pit. It's going to be about 1,700, 1,600 taken away. No steal going to be coming in here today. ZDZ is trapped in the pit with no one to save him, and he will fall to the side of Aki, who is now 6-1-3 on this Wukong. Cream peeking everyone else at bay. Let's have a look at this replay.
This replay is going to be the first pick of how Xiaohao died in this jungle. ZDZ dying in this jungle as he's having a really tough game. Just no vision at all from the side of AL. Flash is in, tries to trade with Abe. Will have a really good cleanse from the Lucian, so it's not going to end up in a 1-for-1 trade. But my focus, once again, is just on Cream with this Yone flank as he TP's in with that pink ward on the side. We're going to see it very soon. He lands his ultimate on so many people as AL just tries to force here as they do get their hand on the Shanzi, but they are way too overstepped. Cream finds this, gets a 3-man ultimate, wipes the board with this, and just kills everyone as the Baron is now in the hands of OMG, and they are dominating the map state now.
Slowly but surely, Cream is just becoming a monster right now in this game. Level 17 for him, 2 levels ahead of his counterpart, the highest leveled person on AL, really putting in work right now. With this Baron, we might see a bit more gold fluctuating towards the side of OMG. You're going to have to be very careful how you kind of step this one right now on the side of AL, but it is going to be a tough task because they now find themselves 6,000 gold in the hole.
Yeah, we've been setting up for the longest time. Cream and Aki having a fantastic series to start of this game 1, and this Yone definitely getting a little bit out of control. And this is just back to my first point, where would you rather have a fed Yone or a fed Betty? Well, Zeri isn't going to be able to do too much if Cream is going to find his hands onto the AD carry, and he's already pressuring the side as CDZ not having the best game with this set. It was a response to the Rumble, but he has been behind in terms of CS for the entire game, and now he did sell. I mean, the Dark Seal did get evened out a little bit. Abel!
Oh, Abel goes forward, and we can see there the Roots pushing in. They are going to have the water pushing everyone back away. The ebb and flow of this team fight is both AD carries are having interesting ways of going in and engaging. It does feel like it's going to be about keeping them on a leash and making sure they don't go too far too fast. Abel and PP God taking a fair chunk of poke there, but Equalizer comes out here, and that's just to kind of stop everyone from clearing out these minions. Well, that's happening. Aki, yeah, I mean, look at Aki, 6-1 and 3. Aki's huge right now in this game, so really hard to really see who anyone could like 1v1 him in that kind of sense. Is Betty? Oh my God! Yes, Abel is not exactly the biggest of carries in the world, but he is still massive in terms of the damage he's putting out.
Yeah, AL is just kind of reacting to how OMG is playing with the 4-1. Aki getting that mid tier 2 tower down as AL just was too scared to pull the trigger with that 4v5 in the bottom side. Now they're going to reset for this upcoming Dragon as they do have complete control of the bottom side. So it's going to be very tough for AL to face check. But once again, I mean, Aki is having the game of his life. He is doing fantastic on this Wukong. Although getting focused down once by AL, I mean, this Wukong is just getting so much done on the map. And it's really nice to see that Aki has been improving lots in the recent weeks.
Yeah, it really does feel like Aki and Cream have come into their own, and having the flexibility in your top side that we have seen from OMG has been honestly fantastic. They're not playing towards the meta. Not that they can't, but they are choosing to play their own style. They are choosing to throw a kind of a spanner in the works, and it is working relatively for them. I do got to give credit where credit is due, and right now they are taking it slow and steady. It's a 32-minute game so far. Not a lot of towers have been taken. In fact, only 2 of the inners on the side of AL have been destroyed. And with 2 dragons to 3, we aren't going to see the Dragon Soul for at least another 4.5 minutes. And Baron's up in 2 minutes, so we're going to get to really big item spikes right now. 3 items onto Aki, has the GA available to him, so he can be even more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the items available for OMG, Mikhail's also going to get picked up for PP God, but that QSS in the hands of Cream, he is just going to become extra unstoppable as AL really just preying on the CC landing onto the enemy and hoping they can play front to back. But with this Yone having so much gap closer, I mean, it's going to be really tough, and Betty has to play perfectly for the next upcoming fight, which is going to be Baron.
We're waiting to see. Gonna have Aki use his clone to make sure nobody can come in. Actually gonna have to invest the equalizer as well, but you can see on the top left of your screen that is speed running itself back into a cooldown that he can use. So not really the biggest of investments used there by the side of OMG. And AL still looking to try and catch somebody out. They need decent poke, and you gotta feel like it's gotta come from the poke that they land, and then just a really solid engage from Sword Art. But he doesn't have flash until basically this Baron spawns, so he's not really in a position to make anything happen beforehand.
Yeah, OMG already getting that vision set down for this Baron, which is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. We really need to focus down on just how Betty plays this fight, as he doesn't have the cleanse available. A lot of CC from OMG as well, as Abel does pop the ultimate here.
Yeah, comboed up with the equalizer, and you can see with Betty not able to be as aggressive. CDZ nearly gets taken away from this fight, but does keep himself alive, has the Haymaker available. PinZ actually had to flash, would you believe, on the side there. So not really ideal situations for AL as OMG start to turn up the heat. They're turning up the pressure right now onto AL, and AL are going to have to rely a lot on Betty. It's going to come down to him to really make this one work for him and his team.
Yeah, Cream is also consistently pressuring this top side. I mean, there's just no one that can match him in a 1v1 right now. So Sword Art really needs to find an angle with that flash available onto a straggler when it does come to the Baron, as it does look like OMG are going to reset here to pick up some extra items, as Abel is also going to pick up something like that. What is he building here? BT, also LDR?
Yes.
He sold it.
No, I think
he bought
so.
Serrated.
No.
Serrated.
Serrated, yes. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense to get a little bit of lethality there. I'm trying to, like, wrap my head around it a little bit, but Serralda's Grudge is still a pretty decent kind of item spike. Will put a lot of damage on the Betty, and you can see in the way that he's kind of pushing forward. Abel is just focusing on Betty. Betty is the only one he's really worried about.
Yeah, Betty is definitely all eyes on him for now on. But Pinsy, we still need to remember that he has a lot of poke, but you are up against someone like Cream with that Immortal Shield and BT in his hands, and now Abel also having that Vamp Scepter in his pockets as well. So you have to act fast, as Betty also getting that Mortal Reminder online as well, as there's just so much healing from OMG. There is going to be a ward that is going to get taken out by Cream here. They do have a sneaky ward that does spot them starting Baron here.
A sneaky ward, but that doesn't stop Cream from going completely all out there with the Fate Sealed. Even Xiaohao trying to get anywhere near this pit wouldn't even really make a difference, so has to just throw out his ultimate in desperation, it feels like, and now he has to flash away as the rest of OMG gotta say, we know you're here, we have a ward on you, sir. And that's Baron going over the side of OMG. They got resets in, they're gonna get themselves back onto the map, but they should be able to contest for this dragon. As I say that, they are being a little bit greedy, shall we say, or a little bit maybe innovative, and saying, look, we got time with this Baron recall, we can go for this top turret first.
OMG getting a little bit too greedy with this play, as AL has picked up on this, forcing the TPs out. Not everyone has
these are
backed.
Baron up recalls. I don't know, Aki is still here.
They found
He's going to
him.
try and maybe get him. They found him, but he does have a GA, a flash in to get the stun down, but there's no real damage follow-up. They know they kill Aki. They know there's no real contest, so Aki is the focus. Aki will be going down to the GA, but can they finish him off? That is a question. Speaking of finishing off, look at the mini-map. You've got the Cream pushing in the mid lane. Yes, you get the Dragon, but are you going to be able to defend your base? You got to be able to. You're being pulled in too many sides.
Got the jungler of OMG, but what does that mean? Your inhibitor from mid lane is getting attacked right now, as OMG regained their vision control onto this dragon, where it was the soul for AL, but they gave that up for Aki. However, they don't have the smite available.
Oh my god! That was so much immediate burst damage there, ZDZ. He has to flash away. Cream does not get his Fate Sealed, but already we can see plenty of summoners being burned. Betty jumping in very aggressively as they're going to try and make this one work. They're jumping on the Cream as Betty goes over the wall. He's 1v3. He flashes and he gets the shutdown. Betty keeping his team alive as AL want to stall for as long as they possibly can. Shanji doesn't die just yet, but he has lost all his summoners. You can't really contest this, but maybe Abel's looking for it. ZDZ taking a lot of damage right now. Doesn't have the Haymaker, doesn't have Flash. Shanji maybe over the wall. ZDZ goes golden. Betty nearly gets taken out, does lose his Immortal Shield bow. There's the equalizer on the pin C. As ZDZ goes forward, they finally get the Mountain Soul. And that's all they really wanted. Nothing else can go down, but AL get their prize.
AL planned this by picking up Aki from that straggler being in the top side. They were able to secure the Dragon Soul, but this fight was so messy as it does get engaged from the side of Abel, but TP's coming in. They do have the numbers advantage. Cream's ultimate misses here, and that is so crucial, as that just allows Betty to do whatever he wants in this team fight. Getting the CC onto him as well, with the QSS was used badly, and it stops his jump over as well, and Betty just cleans him up here as he just has way too much healing. Picks up 1,000 gold into his pockets, and Abel extremely low, not enough to fight once again. Shandy didn't have that ultimate available either. He did drop it at the very end, but it wasn't enough, and Dragon Soul now in the hands of AL.
I was wondering why he wasn't able to get over that wall, but the Bramble Smash just knocking him back, and that's Mountain Soul now for AL. It is equaled in terms of the resistances you're getting, but that extra little bit of shielding is incredibly significant, especially when you're dealing with the burst of something like this Lucian. So right now it is a nice thing, a silver lining to have for AL. It is definitely not going to turn the tide of where they are at in terms of the gold difference. 8,000 in favor of OMG, and already we can see Abel pushing forward, looking to try and maybe catch out Betty just a little bit, but with only having really your Aki as your engaged, it's going to be difficult to really catch out ALs. We've got full ARAM right now, Kitty.
Yeah, Betty doesn't have that flash available, however, he needs to play very carefully, as Cream did pick up his GA from the previous fight, so you have to kill him twice. Pinsy also trying to get some poke onto Abel as he's really struggling. I mean, 0, 1, and 7 a support Lucian for this game 1. Still getting a lot of damage down, however, with that Serelda's in his hands. I mean, he really desperately needs that lifesteal online up against someone like the Jace. At 40 minutes in this game, we had a very slow start, and it's extremely messy, but it could go either way, Oshin.
Wait and see. This is the kind of game right now, Kitty, that can just be a flip, can just turn into one of those moments where the previous 40 minutes did not matter. And we are coming into potential longest game of the split territory. I believe the longest game of the split belongs to LGD and NIP.
Yes,
I think it was like 51 minutes or something like that.
50 minutes.
Yeah,
Still quite
50,
far
51,
away.
somewhere around there. Yeah, so well. It's a relative number depending on where we go. The Baron doesn't really help OMG or honestly AL in any kind of sense right now. Everyone's just kind of too short range. There's no real objectives taken. It does feel like we are waiting until that next Elder Drake where it's going to be the big fight. But then the question becomes where and when do you actually take that fight? GA is going to be coming up in a few moments here for Aki, so he's going to be feeling a little bit better about potentially going for a fight there. GA has been picked up and finished off here for the Yone as well. As we're starting to hit full items across the board. Both 80 carries fully set up. No stopwatch this time around though for ZDZ, and that could be important, so we'll wait to see where everyone wants to go. Cream on the side lane, just keep being a nuisance, pushing in. He's going to go towards that Mercurial Scimitar, and that's going to be his next real kind of only last completion he's got left for him.
Yeah, the problem with AL right now, it's going to be so tough trying to force a Baron as you don't have anyone that faces off up against Cream in a 1v1 duel. But you look at the enemy team composition, they have a Wukong and a Rumble. So even if you do force a 4v5, I mean, they just have so much engage and CC in terms of AoE. So they're putting on a ticking time bomb as the Baron is going to be spawning in 15 seconds. Cream did back, however. It does look like there are going to be an ARM fight for this Baron.
We'll wait. We shall wait and see where it all goes. I love how aggressive these 80 carries are having to play right now because they are not only the wave clear but also the damage in terms of the burst onto each other.
Aki?
So for Betty and Aki goes in. Flashes, tries to make something work here. Double Cyclone, not really going to get a lot for him. He ends up getting the equalizer to try and save him out. ZDZ should be going down here despite his best efforts. And now Aki follows in suit. But you're the jungler, Aki. You're the more important piece, in my opinion. A Xiaohao takes a peppering from the culling. Minions still going to be steaming in towards this mid lane as Shanji takes a fair chunk himself. Betty uses the lightning crash as Cream gets his QSS off, and he's going to be able to back himself up away from this fight. So you've lost the big engage tool now from both sides. The Tibbers and the Cyclone both down. And both mid lanes have been dealt with. Z not really able to make it. Betty is losing a fair bit of mana right now. Needs to be maybe a little bit more sparing with his W's, but everyone just kind of backs themselves away. Both teams on opposite sides just covering off the minion waves that are trying to move forward. Timber's doing great right now, but there's a great ultimate. The equalizer forcing a flash away by Xiaohao. No one goes down just yet. Abel and Betty just trying to pepper each other down. The both teams disengage.
Two major ultimates burnt from the side of OMG. Not having that Smite and your jungle available, they are just going to start this as ZDZ forces the TP. OMG not having the Rumble, I mean, they just look like they're going to finish this Baron.
They are going to finish it off. Baron gets completed as they do have the Maokai ultimate coming in, but 25 seconds until the Elder Drake spawns. As I said, the Baron's not going to be the big one. The Elder Drake is. That is a game ender right now. If Abel can pick up this blue buff, he's already on full build, so he does not need to go back. You're going to see a TP coming in. It's going to be Pin Z and the rest of AL barreling in towards this bot side. This could be it, Katie. They're looking to see if they can make this one work. Fate Seal still on cooldown. ZDZ flashes in. Haymaker in. Trying to see if he can catch out Shanji, who does have a stopwatch. They're trying to get him down. They will. Flash by Abel. And AL might have been able to do it. Betty goes forward. And Betty is finding the kills. He does not care about the Monkey King. And he picks himself up a Quadra. Blink and you'll miss it. AL find the ace.
AL comes back from this game. A 6k gold deficit. Cream struggling to find his hands onto Betty, and he is getting absolutely out of control. They're just going to end the game as the time is 40 seconds, Oshin. It's insane that AL can come back in this game.
Insane right now. They've got Elder. They haven't got Elder. They've got Baron. They didn't need the Elder. They just took a much better fight. And AL will take game 1 in 45 minutes. It was a slog. It was slow. And it definitely looked like it wasn't going to be. But they found the engage. And ZDZ made the set work because he kept everyone away from Betty.
ZDZ definitely acting in as that decoy while Betty was just killing everyone on the side of OMG, and Cream definitely struggling to find angles with that ultimate. But oh my god, Zeri moment to say the least, as we are just seeing another Zeri highlight coming into this game 1.
Absolutely, really well played. And Betty, again, it's been one of his most picked champions so far this split. It really does feel like this is something he is exceptionally comfortable on. He has no issue whatsoever looking for those engages. And right now, it feels like it is, especially for a team like AL, where they have got very limited ways or limited people to carry. You have to ban away the Zeri. You can't let this one go through to the side of AL because Betty just knows how to carry on it.
Yeah, Betty does know how to carry on, especially with something like the Immortal Shield Bow and BT both coming online for Zeri. The Lucian just doesn't work anymore when we do reach the 40-minute. You want to be looking for the poke with the culling, but it doesn't matter because he has so much sustain as he just heals back up from those minion waves. But how insane is it that AL pretty much gets the Dragon Soul, gets the kills onto everything. They get a Baron as well. I mean, it's just insane how AL was able to find an angle back into the game where Cream and Aki, they were so ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like just really weird and poor decisions coming out from the side of OMG. They were so far ahead. They were able to do it then. Aki gets killed and loses his GA and loses his life. So then they lose the Baron. They lose the next Dragon. There's just so many little things that I feel like it kind of comes down to, as soon as they got that Baron, you know, you had a minute until the Dragon reset. Why are you going for that top lane turret? There's no need. You know there's a soul available to the side of AL. Reset, get yourselves back on the map, and come back in stronger from there. So really questionable decisions coming out from OMG, but great from AL. They kept themselves cool, calm, and collected, and they were able to capitalize on a lot of the different mistakes that were coming out from OMG. And look, it's one thing to make mistakes, but as the opposition team, you got to be able to get the most out of that.
Yeah, AL once again having Betty carry the weight of his team, as the top side of AL was really struggling to find success in the laning phase, but it doesn't matter as Zeri just picked up all his items with the Navori online as well. He was able to just bounce off the poke from Pinsy on the Jace pick, and they really succeeded by wiping the board. But I think also Sword Art, he was able to find a lot of angles with this Annie support and just find people that have been stragglers in these team fights and just forces 4v5s, which works in the favor of AL.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You can even see the damage there. Like, Ava was doing damage, but it just wasn't able to stick. He wasn't getting it onto significant members, and he really wasn't able to do a lot after the fact. So, and the fact that you are a Lucian, you are incredibly short range, means that you do have to put yourself in harm's way. You have things like a Maokai, a Set, and Annie just able to CC you up, and even with 2 effective cleanses with the Mikhail's Crucible and, of course, the Cleanse Summoner spell, it just isn't enough right there. And honestly, it does feel like Betty just comfortably able to kind of slide his way in through these team fights, keep himself available, and just doing the damage he needed to do on the relative carries. Once he was able, because again, we never really saw him putting in work onto Aki. It was always putting into damage into people like Cream or even onto PP God and Abel on that bot side.
Yeah, in the end, AL did have the easier team composition to execute when it does come to the front to back, as Betty was just able to have so much peel in these team fights, and Cream really struggling to find his hands and kill the carry of AL, where Betty definitely an MVP deserving performance.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he does get MVP, but we also got to see what OMG can do, if anything at all, to bounce back. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, get draft for game number 2.
Which path to take. Well, make it in unseen for the time being. The knockback again from Shanji. 369, he's over exit, and now Aki follows the flash with the twisted advance. It's going to be a kill for Shanji. No, the flash actually from Aki. Wait, 369 is walking away. How the hell has he got away with that?
Okay, LNG and JDG, I know what you're thinking. You've lost a couple of games, and you're embarrassed because Twitch chat is laughing at you. So what? Twitch chat will laugh at anything. For example, last pick Renekton. See? I bet they're laughing right now. So don't worry. You still have some of the greatest names to ever touch the game. Keep your head up, stay focused, and keep your eyes on the prize.
The LPL are kings again.
Right, as flash away. Okay, we get an action. We are Tarzan close to prison. Oh, it doesn't get dodged away. Scout's ready to go all in. The flash, the fate is sealed, and we just need a bit of a mortal coil to come through as JJ gets knocked up. First blood, is it there? It is indeed, over to LNG.
But for now, Steve might not be so lucky.
Okay, against the corner, the wild growth is there. He's trying, but LP will take him down first with the help of Tarzan.
Cream, swing with the chicken splash forward, comes out for PP God, and everybody just trying to escape. 9 to kill off PP God, as Cream is there, but 369 waiting on the flick back. No summoners from Cream from the previous play, and 369 reading him like a book. This one, 2K on the Baron, Sonic Wave is in, and Gaddafi just robs it away from them. Knight is over the wall looking for that miracle play, and there it is. The fear across the team, the solo laners just take them apart. JDG with a masterclass of how to play the map, how to win a team fight, how to dominate.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪も
G'day, mate. Welcome back to the LPL as I get my finest Australian accent right at the start there. We are going to be jumping into draft of game number 2 very, very shortly. But we got to talk about the MVP. Okay. That one got you a little bit off guard. You didn't think I'd bring it on live. But MVP from game number 1. It was Betty on the Zeri. Zeri moment. Had the quadra kill. Looked exceptional.
Looked absolutely exceptional, mate. As 73 KP coming into this game, 7-1 in a KDA. I mean, this Zeri was just playing pretty well in the laning phase when it did come to the 2v2, and he was just never really messed with in terms of the mid game. Even though Cream and Aki did have a significant lead when it did come to those 5v5s, he was just able to pilot around them and dodge all those skill shots. Where I think this really just goes back to the entire map state in the hands of OMG, but they just weren't able to get their hands onto someone like the Zeri. And with the lifesteal build coming in like the Immortal Shieldbow and BT, he was just healing back all the damage that he was getting punished for.
I mean, you saw the amount of shielding he was able to bring up. This is the kind of new build we've been seeing right now as Immortal Shieldbow into the Bloodthirster, because you just get
and the
so
bone
much
plating, man.
Yeah, like bone plating. I think you get the shield bash as well, so that gives you more damage with the extra shielding. So just so much. And then of course the Mountain Soul, which we obviously didn't even get the chance to kind of talk about, but this was just kind of the edge you had to kind of go for. And I feel like Betty just here, like again, going over, pushing in 1v3 and knowing that, look, if I have my summoners, I'm going to be able to kill off these carries.
Yeah, Betty did have one really sussy moment as he played a little bit too fast as the Zeri, but definitely picked up on that mistake, and he played the rest of the fight perfectly as 3k HP on an ADC, definitely super killable for the side of OMG, where you do have that Lucian available, but this is why Lucian has fallen out of the meta, as you just can't compete with something like the Zeri when you do reach the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, time after time, we're seeing little by little nerfs kind of hitting the Lucian Nami. It just feels like it is such a very set lane matchup that if you don't find yourself fully ahead, it isn't really going to be able to kind of save you in those late game skirmishes. Look, there was great damage coming out from Abel. It's not as if the Lucian doesn't do damage, it's that he just doesn't have the same level of mobility or the same level of carry potential in those super late game team fights. But coming into game number 2 now, we are going to see teams coming back out onto the Rift. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a little bit more focus around that Zeri. If AL want to try and, get themselves back onto that champion, OMG are going to have to try and stop them. So a ban from that from the side of OMG is definitely what I'm thinking of as we finally jump in. And it's AL on the blue with OMG on the red.
Yeah, it's pretty illegal for AL to pick up both, the Jace, the Zeri, and the Annie for a red side team. So OMG need to consider that for this game too, as Zeri popped off. But we do see the Jax getting taken off, as that is ZDZ's most played. He definitely had a bit of a struggle in that Set versus Rumble matchup. I mean, we were talking about it in the break, where it doesn't do too much as long as you don't die in lane. But ZDZ definitely just sacking himself and trading 1-for-1 in most of these instances, where this isn't going to get locked in, as we do know that ZDZ is just going to banter a little bit, as it is Shanji's, I guess, pocket pick when it does come to this league. But Zeri once again open for the side of AL. But this time, Vi is available if OMG wants to take that. I mean, this area is going to be a lot more easy to deal with.
Well, they might look towards the Wukong again. I think Aki did exceptional in the early stages, early to mid game. Definitely did very, very well. But after that, did find himself making some very questionable decisions. But this time around, OMG are not going to allow themselves to get taken away from those AD carry positions. So they're going to take up the Xayah, a nice hyper carry that can scale very, very exceptionally well. And with the extra little bit of CCs when you pull the feathers, excuse me, can definitely work against something like the Zeri.
Yeah, most definitely, as Xayah is coming back into the meta just because of her pure range and how she pilots around all these front-to-back team compositions. The Annie, once again, in the hands of AL. I mean, I just mentioned this, Oshin. The fact that AL could get both Zeri, Annie, and even something like the Jace in that first game was completely illegal, as they are bis in terms of each of their roles. But the Rakan is going to get naturally locked in as that duo for the bottom lane of OMG, and hopefully we get to see a little bit of more fighting power from Abel this time around.
We're going to see now probably a focus towards those jungle bans here from OMG to say, look, you know, oh my god, sorry, that poster of the I think that poster was literally just made because it was set holding up Nami. So some of that in the interim of that game 1 to game 2.
They act fast. I mean, Poppy is going to get taken off just in case AL wants to pick something like the Lee Sin. Wait, that doesn't help. Wait, that helps the enemy team. See how I'm looking the Lee Sin here. The Poppy's already gone. But let's talk about this top lane matchup once again, as we do know Shandy loves his counter pick when it does come to the top lane 1v1. We've seen something like the Udyr, like the Lilia, into tanks like Sion and Cassante, where he is just having very fun time when it does come to the early game of the 1v1. Of course, AL is going to ban out some of that counter, as Cream has been looking really good on this LeBlanc as well.
Okay, so Poppy and Viego, very specific bans coming out here against Xiao Hao, who, by the way, hasn't had the greatest of splits, but really does look like he was coming into his own with that aforementioned Lee Sin that you talked about. So very curious as to why they're focusing these two particular champions over that particular one, but we'll have to wait and see if even AL want to go for it themselves. We are going to see OMG lock in their next particular pick. I will say that the Akali banned away with the Silas available. This is one of Cream's tricks that he was able to kind of bring up, or one of the many kind of, you know, pocket picks that he has available to him. Does basically mean the mid lane is going to be perma pushed against AL, or against OMG. So we'll see what Cream and Aki are able to kind of make do with that. But right now, AL, they've got to decide where they want to go. Honestly, like I said, the Lee Sin would make a lot of sense here. Give you that great 2v2 in the mid lane, but the Jarvan does a very similar job as well to kind of lock something like the Xayah up.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you are up against something like the Xayah, however, so you are just playing into the hands of the Xayah Rakan duo in the bottom lane. So it really depends on how Xiaohao pilots this Jarvan, as it is going to get locked in. A lot of CC for the side of AL for this game too as well. Timekitch is going to get hovered here. Bit of a troll pick, I know that myself. Stop getting baited, kitty. It's 2023. Why are you talking about hover picks? But once again, the top lane matchup, Shandy does have that counter pick, as it really just depends on what ZDZ decides to opt into here, as something like the front line like Asante is going to act naturally well, but I would much prefer Sion, because I think Sion is just a better tank out of the two.
Better tank, but you get better solo kills on the Cassante, I feel, with ZDZ able to pick up that particular champion. Now you have the potential for a counter pick here for Shanji as he looks towards something like maybe the Renekton. And this is some of those matchups that you are getting the counter, but you don't really get any kill, you know, kind of pressure onto the Cassante. It feels like you are going at a little bit of an equal matchup, but you're looking for the Renekton to have pressure on the backside maybe. But
lock it
they are
in.
Opt in towards what you regard as the stronger of the two tanks, so we're gonna have a wet noodle fight up in that top side.
An absolute thick champion gets locked in for the side of OMG, as it is going to be the response into Cassante. And I've already voiced how I prefer the Sion when it does come to the ability of both champions and what they offer in team fights. I think Sion is just way too tanky. So I mean, Ryze usually builds something like the Ro and the Seraph, so he is just going to be a utility bot, while it once again really depends on Betty once again. But Abel this time around is going to lock in the Xayah and Rakan. These two duos have been finding their way back into the meta, as we've been saying how it is going to be a lot of frontline for AL in this game too in particular. And if Xayah and Abel is going to pilot his feathers correctly, I mean, with the range that they have, it's going to work wonders if we reach those items.
Nah, I mean, if game one's anything to go by, we will reach those items. In fact, we will reach all the items. Everyone can get every item. It's, you know, you get a full build and you get a full build. But obviously, big moment here for AL if they can keep their very small playoff hopes alive. And unfortunately for them, it's not even about them anymore. You know, it's about everyone else around them. They can only get up to 7 wins, so they would need a couple more teams to not hit that 8-8 threshold if they are to try and go for it. But look, when there's a chance, there's always something to fight for, and we'll see if OMG can bounce back again. Big upset win over JDG. Really looking like a team that could be a bit of a dark horse in the playoffs, but they're running a bit cold right now against AL. They need to bounce back. They need to have a dominant performance. They need to come back and get themselves up to a 1-1 scoreline. We'll see what either of these teams do, but if there's anything I know that's going to happen in this game is that when you see a Jarvan, you should be seeing some ganks very, very early on. Your level 2 is so powerful, and something that people kind of forget as well is that you end up getting that little bit of extra attack speed with the Demacian standard kind of going down. So really, really want to see what AL can do and make use of this very aggressive early game champion.
Yeah, definitely all eyes on Xiaohe as he does lock in the Jarvan for game 2. But back to your point, Oshin, I mean, OMG need to pick up every single win they can get. Currently 6-4 in terms of the scoreline, sitting in that 8th position. One loss could bump them out of playoffs. With only 2 weeks left, this is going to be a super important series, as you don't expect losing up against someone like AL. But this game 2, I mean, definitely a lot of stress for the side of OMG.
Oh, look, we're not going to see any kind of shenanigans this early on. Both teams happy to start on their red buff, so a little bit of time. And this time around, Abel and PP God have got themselves another very well-established duo. They had Lucian Nami last time. This time they've got the Zaya and Rakan, the lovers duo, in the bot side. But I'm curious to see where they're able to kind of make this one kind of, you know, work for themselves. It is one of those things where I feel like both the Zeri and the Zaya very happy to kind of farm up until 2 items. That's when they're kind of going for it. Interesting enough, though, actually, we see both teams kind of respecting the other's ability to kill. So both AD carries picking up Doran's Blade. No cheeky calls, no long sword starts. Both teams kind of saying, I need the extra HP.
Yeah, Abel, however, does have that cleanse available in difference of Betty taking the heal. A lot of trading happening in this mid lane already, where Cream does get his hands onto Pinzi, but Xiaohe starting that red buff. I mean, we are expecting very early ganks from Jarvan, and with the setup that Sora has on this Annie, as she has been changing her passive, having the stun available at level 1, potentially some action in the next 30 seconds.
Potentially. The wave is pushed forward here. So it is going to be PP God and Abel moving forward. They've no wards, they've no real idea of what's going on right now. So we might see Sword Art go forward with a flash, but Wukong is here. But it's already used the decoy on the top side, on the side. So he's going to check to see if the camps are taken. He already knows those Raptors are gone. He's looking for mid lane instead. So we're going to focus our way there for the moment, as we do see now a level 3 hit as Pinzi may be forced to use his flash. Yes, he is. Will not get anything else out of that as Betty forcing it onto Abel. Actually, funny enough, Xiaohe did not reveal his position. Abel!
Oh!
Flash for flash! Betty's taking so much! Flash by PP God, and the flash is not enough to get him to safety, but Abel needs to be very aware that he might not be alone right now. Sword Art playing very aggressively. Here we go. They're going to try and look for something, but the knockback is good. The flash forward. Can they take out Abel? Yes, they can. But now Xiaohe may be losing his own life. There might be 2 of them here. There's the stun coming out. Aki looking for a little bit more. Has already used his flash. He's going to be able to get one more little knockback. No! And it ends up being a 1-for-1. Both AD carries going down.
Sword Art running out with just 1 HP as Aki wasn't able to get that last auto to finish off the Annie support. But what happened in the bottom lane? We saw a lot of summoners getting traded for OMG Abel. I mean, it ended up being great things for the side as they were able to get the return kill onto the bottom lane. So gonna see another repeat. I'm assuming we did get a stun onto Abel as that forces the cleanse immediately. Very slow cleanse from Abel. I think it was 2 seconds too late, and Abel's already so low. 1 HP, but Betty does flash in and tanks an extra tower shot and gets finished off by PP God. But Abel, he can just back here. The wave stay was pretty good, although Aki definitely didn't expect the Jarvan to be hovering around, and he makes his way a little bit too late as they commit 2 flashes for the Zaya. And Sword Art getting away with 1 HP, getting the stun of barely. PP God doesn't have that Q available, and the slow from Jarvan as well just means it was a 1-for-1 trade in the very end.
1-for-1. The Cole versus double longsword means that you gotta feel like Abel is definitely a stronger point than Betty at this moment and time. Mid lane's going to be a little bit of slaps as both lose about 2/3 of their HP, but that was risky. And we said we wanted to see early ganks coming out from Xiaohao. That was a little bit all over the place, if I'm being totally honest, from the AL, but they do end up getting themselves to trade back. And important for them is that the Xayah did not get the original kill. It was PP God who ends up picking that one up. So yes, it's annoying now, but it's not the biggest of differences when it comes to how this game is going to, fan out in the next few minutes.
Most definitely. I mean, PP God can just go for the boot, which is exactly something he gets here, and get that mythic online early. Ideally, want to have the kill into Abel's hand, but he was just way too low to collect anything, and he did he die? I don't remember anymore. I have short-term memory, but the end of the difference is that Aki was able to get that extra flash out of Pinzi, and that means the entire bottom side of AL is missing that crucial summoner spell. Another engage from PP God, not going to do too much as he did spot Xiaohao just hovering on the side. You know what would be nuts? What if Shanji just ults bottom here because they don't have any flashes right now?
They thought about it. They thought about it. You can see the Shanji was like, I got TP, so I can go bot and immediately TP top afterwards. But I think once the Jarvan realized that his position had been compromised, the jig was up, and there was nothing really much more to be gained from that. So OMG to say, all right, it's fine, go top lane, deal with the Cassante, I guess. But now, Aki in this bot lane has got himself a little pocket of fog of war to play with, but very difficult to really see how he's going to make something work onto the Zeri and Annie combination. No flashes in this bot lane, which means that both junglers are very keen to make something work.
Yeah, most definitely. You already see both junglers just hovering that bottom lane instantly, where the camera is on top lane, like you've been saying, a wet noodle fight where no one realistically is going to die. Everyone is just way too tanky. However, ZDZ does have the Sheen. We do want to see the bottom side on how this is getting set up, as AL is sitting in that dot bush without the vision available. PP God getting on the CC.
Yeah, they're putting in a lot here on the pin Z, but PP God's going to have to try and back himself away just a little bit. They are going to have some fruit for PP God and Aki to munch on there. Eat your vegetables, ladies and gentlemen. Makes you nice and big and strong. I did not expect such adamant protest at that particular one. But we're still seeing the dragon being started up here. Xiaohao could get over the wall with a flag and drag, but it will be a one-way trip. He puts down the Demacian standard and doesn't really go for anything else. We are going to see Shanji say cowards as he runs away, and dragon goes over to OMG.
The first dragon in the hands of OMG. Now a bit of a breather where you do get that 5-minute timer, as the next dragon is going to be... Why am I even saying this? We're just going to look at top lane once again. With that Sheen in the hands of ZDZ, I mean, Shandy definitely struggling when it does come to the trades. ZDZ very low on mana, however. I don't expect Shandy to get dove here, but he is going to walk out with that extra tower play, and he is a little bit ahead in terms of CS, but it doesn't matter too much because our main focus is in terms of the late game team fighting and how Shandy's able to get his hands onto the carries of AL.
I always find it very interesting when I can hear the Chinese voice actors of the characters come out. It's like the game just gets very silent, and I just hear like Annie screaming at me, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you said. But coming back into it, it's still a pretty much equal game in terms of that. There's the stolen Cataclysm as Aki looks to try and make something work here. Flash has been used. He tried to go in on top of Xiaohao. Cataclysm available. Flash burned there by Aki is... Yeah, feels a little bit worse for wear at the moment there. Felt like they were trying to make something work there with the stolen Cataclysm, but when you use your decoy to get over the wall, it means you can't get into the Cataclysm.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being burnt from the side of OMG, but Sora is going to reset here. So he is pretty low on mana. You currently find an angle onto Xayah, who does have the cleanse and ultimate available. So I'm assuming the Annie is going to slowly rotate towards his top side just to make sure that AL secures his Herald, as ZDZ does have that lane party up against his San, which is exactly where Cassante shines in this matchup. We already see PP God getting first move, however. Cream also making his way, but this Herald is very low already.
It's very low. Aki might feel like he can maybe go for something. He goes in, does not get it.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't get it, but they are going to try and deny this one now. PP God has got the quickness, but yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to deny this one here with the all-out still available here for, or nearly available, I would say, for ZDZ. Didn't quite have it, but the exact timer of that, definitely not something you would have 100% clarity on, so they backed themselves away. So a little scary there for AL. That maybe thought they got the gold and nothing more, but they do pick up Shelly. Or Shirley, or whatever version of her. I know the LCK guys will come up with names. But there's two. So there's two Rift Heralds, and I believe the LCK have named the two of them two different things. I think there's Shelly and Shirley. I think that's the order.
It doesn't matter, Shirley or Shelly, it doesn't matter. Aki didn't get the smite 50-50. I honestly thought it went to the side of OMG. It really looked like Wukong got it, but in the end, it didn't get denied as ZDZ picks this up, and Shandy ults back into lane, gets that wave, but very silent early game once again. Not too much action, however. Sword Art.
Xiaohao didn't land the knockup there, and that's a bit of a problem. He's going to be forced to flash away as PP God comes in there with the grand entrance, and again, this isn't the cleanest of games, if I'm being totally honest with you, Kitty. This is a very scrappy affair. Summoners being blown left, right, and center, not quite executing properly on either side, and this is going to become a bit of a problem right now for both these teams. Without those key summoners available to you, it is going to be difficult for you to really kind of make those engages stick.
Yeah, most definitely. We see OMG hard focusing on getting that vision control in this bottom side. Pinsy not having the flash available, so Cream gets his hands onto this Rise, potentially a kill, but we do have both supports just hovering this as the ADCs are scaling comfortably, as we might expect another 40-minute game.
We see a bit of a dive going on this bot side though as they skirt around the vision, but with that ward going down on the bot side, you can see immediately Betty pings it out and kind of says, "I'm in danger." There's the little Ralph Wiggum chuckle. Trying to see if they can maybe go for something right now. We are going to see most of those little Krugs getting taken by Betty, so he does deny the full camp away from Aki, and plate goes over in favor of OMG's bot lane. And again, we find ourselves in a very slow, methodical setup in this game. No one really wants to be throwing this entire game away for the moment, and OMG maybe looking for something else. Xiaohao is in the area though, but Betty with flash and heal, maybe they're looking to try and get something working here with Aki.
They don't know. They just saw them, but it's going to be really tough as Abel has all summoners and that ultimate available. And this goes back to the point where Jarvan is trying to desperately look for these early ganks, but something like the Xayah diffuses that perfectly. The Herald does get dropped in mid lane where the solo lanes are going to get a bit of gold back, and they are looking for this second dragon on the map.
They are looking for a bit of engage though. Aki is in the area. They're going to see a Cataclysm come out. They're going to try and make this one work for themselves. The Flag and Dragons fight on two sides. ZDZ goes all out. Nobody has died just yet. ZDZ trying to keep this gate closed. Do not let them through. Hold the door. Finally has himself a little bit of protection and support. He goes a little bit aggressive now onto Cream, who's very isolated right now, who may be forced to flash over the side. He is. Oh, he does flash it over the back and does not actually get caught out. ZDZ now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to steal away the lightning crash, and Betty goes forward. Betty looking for the kill. And on the backside, there's actually Rise died off as well. Xiaohao in a lot of trouble. PP God picks up his second kill of the game. And it all falls apart right now for AL. They had no way of keeping themselves in a full 5v5, and in the separate skirmishes, they do not win.
The game explodes once again at this second dragon where OMG comes out on top, but what really confuses me is how did AL end up in the enemy jungle around that blue buff where they were just getting cut off by Shandy on the sun as they're trying to look to contest, but you need to remember Shandy is cutting you off at that river point once again, so just get out. This dragon isn't yours.
This drag is not yours, and now OMGs take total control. But we're going to see here, they try and get over, and honestly, they almost catch Cream out here.
Yeah, Cream comes in with a very clean flash, but you need to remember you're just way too overstepped as 3 members in the side of the enemy jungle, as we also have some fighting happening in the bottom side where Pinsy gets caught off as well, as Abel and PP are just able to pick up the mid and jungle duo, and also just more chaos happening in that blue buff. I mean, just an overall losing fight for AL. Also getting that dragon into the hands of OMG. It was going pretty nice until that point, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's unfortunately now 2 dragons to the good for OMG. If you're an AL fan, that is not good, because not only that, but you've got 2 stacks on Cream's Rod of Ages where you haven't even got it fully completed yet right now for Pinsy. So really behind there. And actually just realized 3 of those 4 kills are on the PP God. Man's the bloodthirsty support right now. And he is feeling very, very good. We'll actually be able to get up to what you imagine is Shirelia's Revelry very, very early on in this game.
Yep, definitely going to have that Mythic online very soon, as the Herald is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Both TPs aren't available, or any TP for the side of AL, as Cream does have his, although he is already top side. It's going to look a little bit tough because we already saw how the fight went on earlier, as Xiaohao just wasn't able to get his hands onto Abel, as Zai into Jarvan, just a very tough matchup, so you have to play very smartly, or Abel has to mess up in terms of mechanics. No kills just quite yet, but the Kraken Slayer definitely gonna hurt.
1,000 gold lead basically between the ports right now, as Shanji is recognized. I am just a bigger tank than you right now. Having that Sunfire Cape or Sunfire Aegis is definitely going to do a lot of work for him. And Zaki look for a bit of an engage. Actually, never mind. It's PP God who's in a lot of trouble. The lightning crash brings PP God down. That is a shutdown going over to Betty. That is the problem with your support having all of these kills. There's the all-out. Shanji doesn't go underneath the tower just yet, but we are seeing significant damage being traded back between these top laners. Good sidestep by Shanji to make sure he does not get knocked back. That means that neither top laner will be joining this 4v3 in this top side against this Herald.
Really good pick from the side of AL, as PPGO just didn't expect the amount of damage, or at least AL fully committing to that pick, as OMG still looking to contest, as Shanty is holding from the bottom side.
Yeah, makes this a 4v4 because he's able to get here and Cassante is not, so they're going to jump into KZ. Actually, it's going to be Shanji just tanking up so much of this damage, and Xiaohao has nowhere to go. They're looking to try and stop the Realm Warper. They do just that. The flash shall not be utilized, as Pinzi knows his fate. And that is a Rift Herald and a couple of kills, as AL just cannot find the advantage.
AL looking very disconnected for that fight. I mean, you had the numbers advantage. However, with Shanti ulting in from the bottom side, the Xeri and the Ana just looked very occupied, with Abel also zoning them out, as Arki picks up this Herald. Also double dragons as well. A lot of major objectives in the hands of OMG so far, but you just see the San ulting in, a little bit goofy, but Pinzi does get caught out here where they are playing a very split fight. Abel is technically just zoning the bottom lane of AL, so you didn't have a lot of reinforcements, as Pinzi's ultimate also gets cancelled here from a really good Cyclone, but it's a very messy fight where you want to be looking to scale into that late game.
2,500 gold lead, 2 dragons to the good. Next dragon in a minute. That's also a Mountain Soul. That is ridiculously powerful on something like a Scion. You just won't be able to get past any of his resistances at that stage. So really, really powerful here if OMG can stack that one up nice and early. As Xiaohao and Sword Art looking to make something work. There's going to be the Abduct coming out alongside the Tibbers. Cataclysm is available should they want to go for it. There's the quickness coming down on the Pinzi. The Abscond Abduct, the flash is away as Pinzi tries to run, but they now know he has nowhere to go, and it will be PP God picking up his 4th kill of the game. PP God was done with game 1. He said, you know what, none of you can carry. I'm carrying this game.
PP God even forces out the flash from Pinzi, but he is just gum stuck to hair. He will not leave you alone. We do see a bit of trading from the 2 ADCs of this game, but just the amount of follow-up CC from OMG, kind of a step from this game. But Xiaohao just clearing the minions in this bottom lane as the 3rd dragon of the game. 15 seconds. Also, without your mid laner and no TP, numbers advantage for OMG.
And Shanji gets to have free reign to the top side, because ZDZ knows if they're going to try and contest the 4v4, he needs to be here, and that means he cannot help his teammates to deal with that top lane. Now Shanji can start making his way over. The dragon is live. And everyone starts to corral around this section right here. Cream will have another ultimate to steal away. Sword Art will not have Tibbers for the moment. Flashes forward, forces the flash out of PP God. It's a little bit of a scrappy affair right now. ZDZ tries to go all out, but it's on to Shanji. Not exactly the best person to be going on. The Cataclysm comes in. Aki jumps onto the backside as both junglers are trying to deal with all 4 members of the opposition team, but well, that's been happening. Shelly and Shirley's been dropping down. PP God goes in, they get 1 knockup. There's more single target CC. Finally Abel is finding himself available in this fight, but now they can look for him in a little bit of a corridor. Betty putting in work. Betty gets the lightning, and the crash comes out. He doesn't get CC'd. They're trying to find more. Shanji, though, is just too tanky. There's no real way they're going to be able to try and kill him off. It's very low health bars. But at the end of it all, it's still a 1-for-1, but you lost your jungler. But no smite available for Aki for the moment. They're going to try clear out all this vision. TP coming out, that's ZDZ back into the fight. Kitty, they're not done yet. It looks like AL have done enough.
Not done just quite yet. ZDZ comes back as full health, but that fight went so back and forth. OMG originally in that winning position. He is going to stop the back here from Cream just to make sure they do have the numbers advantage for this third dragon of the game. It's really surprising that AL was able to turn that game around as Sorta landed a 4-man Tibbers in that choke around the Raptors, and that just won the entire fight as Betty was able to play with his space and get his DPS and scare off OMG as a result.
Let's have a look at the replay right now, because it is really just, you know, Sword Art and PB God having their own little thing, and then both junglers kind of like zone themselves off.
PB God was just in the backline as he was consistently looking for the flank, but Xiaohao engaging here with the zone coming out of Aki. There was no follow-up, so he dies instantly. PB God trying to look for that flank once again, does get it onto Pin Z. However, not enough damage and not enough follow-up, where it baits the entire team into this massive choke as Sorta lands the nastiest Tibbers and turns this fight around, and it became a winning play for AL.
AL pick themselves up. 9% added resistances. That's great for ZDZ. And now you go a little bit longer waiting for that soul here for OMG. Still 4,000 gold lead. You would still be putting your money on OMG to win the next fight, but it's not done just yet. AL are starting to stack up. They would love a bloodthirster any moment now for Zeri right now. Betty is still positioning himself exceptionally well in these team fights, really just kind of straddling the line between, you know, int and hero at the moment as he tries to make his most out of his pick, as we do see in the replay. There was a bit of a movement here where Flash had to be burnt there by Xiaohao to make sure he did not die as the tower was being sieged, but still a great moment right now for the side of AL to try and stabilize this game, get themselves back into a winning order, and with the scaling they have, they would have an exceptionally hard time on OMG to try and stop them.
Yeah, both teams do have relatively good scaling, but I think AL just has that extra bit, as you do have the Rise to really cheat tempo when it does come to those major objectives. But we need to mention that Abel on Desire, he realistically can't be playing forward. I mean, that's just how the champion is maneuvered. You have to let the enemy team move into you, and that's exactly why AL was able to turn the game around and Sword Art landed a really good ultimate onto the members of OMG. They overplayed that dragon, and the third dragon went into the hands of AL. Definitely a very big turnaround for this game.
Both teams prostrating in this mid lane. Baron is up and live. No one really going to be moving anything too aggressively for the moment. AL happy to let their carries scale up on those side lanes. Cream did pick up his level 10, unfortunately for him. I think it was just as he was about to hit level 14, so that's a bit unfortunate there. Wasn't able to get the most value out of that particular passive, but nevertheless still looking at 2 items, still feeling very strong and very relevant in these fights. So we wait to see where both these sides want to try and go for. It looks like OMG are trying to force their hand around this Baron pit right now. They would take it fairly solidly, but it would be a very big risk. I suppose when you've something like a Shanji on the Scion, you don't really need to worry about tanking it up too much.
Yep, OMG just kind of dancing around the vision as they took out every single tier 1 tower for the side of AL, so it's going to be really tough as Xiaohao and Pinzi not having the best early game as they are at 6 deaths combined. So with Sorta struggling to find some vision onto this Baron, there is a blue ward at the back which is disabled, so AL has to act fast.
They have to act fast. They are moving forward here on the Shanji, who's just being a big, thick wall in front of them. Finally, the TP comes out. That's going to be actually a TP from OMG. Finally, it's answered here by AL as they look to try and get a re-engage. Xiaohao flags and drags away as Aki gets his Cyclone off. Abel has already taken a huge chunk of damage. I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but he almost gets taken out. And this is AL kind of deciding what's happening right now. It was OMG who looked to force, and it really didn't work out for them.
Yeah, Shanti wasn't able to get any CC onto the visionless AL, and that fight really just went into the favor of this AL team, as we didn't see a flank coming out of PP God either. He did get spotted by the Oracle Ward. This tower now is getting threatened by the side of AL, where they want to have this tower down to open up the map, as the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds.
40 seconds till the Dragon spawns. You can see a couple of recalls coming out just to get those last few items. There's the Seraph's Embrace being finished up. Aki getting himself the Black Cleaver. This is final little moments here where OMG, I think they know how important this next Dragon is. They actually see him, I think he picked up a Needless Large, then sold it, and then immediately went back towards the Medjais. So curious to see what he's able to kind of work with that. He thinks this is it. That's how important this fight could be right now. OMG are throwing everything at it.
Yeah, my eyes are on Aki here. He does have a nasty flank angle as he is walking behind the Dragon Pit, so his eyes are onto Betty here.
He's away from his team, though, for the moment. Does he get spotted out? Not quite yet. Xiaohao looking for him, though, and will eventually find him. But Pinzi now in the back of the pit. Cyclone will not really be used if they want to try and keep it. Abel's been caught. ZDZ, he almost gets him forward. Now they're going to actually catch him out. There is Abel dead and buried. You lose ZDZ because of it, but now Pinzi looking to be a nuisance, flashes forward. He wants to try and find the jungler, and he will find the AD carry to the support of OMG. Now AL looking to try and see if they can make this one work. The Zeri over the wall. They're not touching it at OMG. It's falling apart.
They give Betty Zeri 2 games in a row, and this game is in the hands of AL once again. Second Dragon into their pockets. Mountain Soul, how ironic, but AL finding their angles, coming back into the game as ZDZ gets that kill onto Abel, and the Ignite finishes him off as your main AD carry is dead for the fight.
I mean, I gotta look at the replay there. We were focused so much on where Aki was, but how does Abel even get caught here?
Yeah, Abel just got ulted away by Cassante into the blue buff, and the Tibbers does get the CC onto Abel. I mean, not CC, but the Ignite, I am assuming, gets dropped onto Abel's head. No Ignite either. How did Annie get the kill onto Zai? One of the biggest mysteries we've known to mankind for 2023. So we also see the fight is getting very scattered as your ADC is gone, so you're really just depending on Silas doing damage now. Pinzi does flash forward, but Betty with that ultimate, I mean, without the space being created from OMG, they're going to play into the hands of Betty once again.
Oh, we're back in live, though. It's a Baron. It's 2 Mountain Dragons confirmed here for AL, as we're going to see a Cataclysm stolen away by Cream, and they do get the secure here for OMG, but now can you get the fight? They're going to trade off Xiaohao, but everyone's kind of just sitting in a barrel right now, waiting to be shot by the Zeri. Betty trying to just space himself out, but he gets caught and immediately jumped on. OMG, we're not going to be able to do this one more time. They're not going to lose themselves this fight. They will still lose their AD carry, but they will gain 5 members and a Baron.
What is happening, Oshin? AL just won a massive fight, and the Baron goes in the hands of OMG. I'm assuming AL reset really late, and OMG caught onto this, and they were able to just shred Baron from 100 to 0. And Betty getting a little bit too ambitious with his positioning, gets instantly killed. And I mean, Betty down means AL down. A 5-for-0 trade. We have to take another look at this, where OMG is just shredding down the Baron, Abel using all his spells here as well, as Cassante flashes in. Not Cassante, sorry. Xiaohao flashes in and gets deleted, and the CC onto Betty just really confirms the kill onto these AD carriers. Aki gets his Cyclone onto him, and he isn't able to escape. I mean, AL very messy once again, and giving OMG another angle to come back.
It's just not quite sure how it all ends up going this way, but OMG are the ones that eventually come out on top. This game's not over just yet, though. The Baron buff is nice, do not get me wrong, but we are getting to 3 item parities right now from either side. I will say, however, Cream is disgustingly huge right now. 20 stacks on the Medjais and a Rabadon's to boot as well. This guy, and there is just no magic resistance to speak of on either side, on anyone really, apart from a pair of Merc Treads. That's what you got to defend you against Cream, and yeah, that's going to be difficult to try and deal with. So OMG going to be imagining he's going to be looking towards him to try and carry the rest of this game out and bring us to a 1-1 scoreline.
Oshin, if I close my eyes, you know, the only carry of OMG is Abel, right? Surely Cream won't do any damage with that Rabadons and 20 stacked Medjais as we are approaching 30 minutes into this game. Surely Clueless.
Surely not. Don't call me Shirley. As we come back in and see where AL can make something work here. They're going to have a pretty difficult time, you would imagine, of trying to deal with the damage coming out. But if they can just catch out PP God, then immediately your threat just becomes far less relevant. We can see Betty getting jumped on here, and Betty gets deleted. These stolen Tibbers is enough to make sure it works. 2 Tibbers, what does it mean? As we move in forward, trying to make sure they can get the end of this game. A little bit of Tokyo drifting coming in. Shanji gets a knock up there, and here is Cream finishing up the stacks. 25 now. He has 659 AP on this Silas, and add that with the healing, he is going to be just doing so much. Sword Art is going to be popped. He's on the fountain, and he's still losing that fight. ZDZ tries to get the knockback to try to burn him out, and they will take out Cream, but the Nexus turrets have fallen. The Nexus is now exposed. Can they take out Abel, who flashes in? Rise gets taken away. Abel gets taken out, but with Shanji and Aki both working their way towards that Nexus, it's OMG who take themselves to 1-1.
GG, this series is so entertaining, Oshin, as Betty didn't get the message of don't walk near Cream Silas and gets instantly taken out of the fight. He did not expect a 700 AP Silas coming into this pick, as PP God honestly got caught out at the very end, but it doesn't matter because Silas was redonkulously fed, and Cream brings them back into a 3-game series for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was just such a strange game as well, because it felt like we saw the early ganks coming out, which saw a multitude of flashes kind of burnt. And this is what I love about the LPL, is that yes, you know, you lose your flash, you don't gain a lot from it. It's a bit of a weird kind of situation, but now you've all of a sudden changed the complete dynamic of the game, and that's what we saw, because with all junglers and all bot laners no longer having flash, everyone was focusing bot lane. Everyone wanted to try and get a piece of that particular action. So really, really interesting to see how both these teams kind of adapt now coming into game number 3. And for OMG, honestly, this was needed. This has felt like it really did feel like AL coming off of game 1, and even in the mid game of that game 2, it felt like AL were taking control. It felt like AL were the ones in control of their own destiny, but for OMG, finally kind of going to the style that we know and love from them before, is that they're able to control the pace. They're able to kind of out macro you. They don't care about the kills. They care about getting the objectives.
They really don't care. As we thought this was going to be a 2-0 going into the favor of AL, but Cream said no, as he absolutely smurfs out his mind with this Silas. I mean, he was able to just solo kill the AD carry of AL, which was the difference maker. I mean, if you take a look at the two compositions, at least for OMG, they had a stable AP damage coming out of Cream and Abel with that AD Xayah, while on the other hand, we only have Betty. It was a Betty show. Although ZDZ was able to get his hands onto the AD carry, I mean, it's still always up to the Zeri, and sometimes he just overstepped and he died, and that's not a mistake that you want to be making, as this game is now 3 games, a series.
Yeah, 3 games in this series, and it has been a long slug, but you can see there it was very, very close, and then until it wasn't, and the cliffs of the LPL became very relevant for AL as they just kind of moving forward there. I will say PinZ did exceptionally well to kind of keep himself relevant, and ZDZ constantly getting onto Abel, and we were kind of talking about it a little bit earlier. It's like, you know, Abel was the AD carry or the player of the team last week. Definitely doesn't feel like it this week. It feels like Abel's having a little bit of an off one right now, and right now it does feel like it's more about Cream and Sanji than it is anything about the bot lane of OMG.
Yeah, but if you take a look at the item builds, I mean, you're up against something like, I mean, PinZ did end up doing a lot of damage, but with the Saras and Roa, it's just not comparable to something like the Rabadons and my Medjai is in the hands of Cream, and you are able to shred through the front line of OMG, which was the Sion and Wukong, where they were just able to break the fight apart so well. Although PP God definitely struggling to find flanks onto the enemy team, it didn't really matter because you just had 2 absolute fridges peeling off the side of OMG, and even Cream getting these really sneaky kills onto the enemy team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like right now it's a little bit of a slow one burner for OMG, but they are building up that momentum. It felt like once they found one little opportunity against AL, they were able to take the Baron, they were able to take the, you know, everything else around it. It worked all fantastically for them. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have the 3rd and final game of this series before we jump into our second one. We'll see you soon.
작살이나요.
네.
그래서 여기서
그러면 여기서 한번
승부수
결단을 내린 건가요? 물건의 마음은
상대가 쳐주면
넘어와 밑으로 바꿔놨어요. 이번에 좋아 캐리야. 아니 방금 캐리야 이 책이 너 뭐예요? 캐리야가
roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante
What?
back into the play. All out, pulls better.
Yeah?
No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Odell go down as well.
One more,
Xiaoshu
no.
making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaku.
Puede ser la opción de Infinity de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Kobe.
¡Uy!
Muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared de Isamini. El Rarito se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuela de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos Penta, me vuela,
Sí,
Penta, me vuela. Pentakill para Mining. Y esto que se termina, mi querido Bien.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Six Karma.
앞에서 싸우겠다. 일단 시간이라도 벌어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요. 앞에서. 그리고 바로 들어. 라스칼 황스칼. 아니 라스칼이. 와. 아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまでつながっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいくと。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング、帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでメグミン返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入って、そこを狙ってメグミンが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが、自身にシールド展開。さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Boogie wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell! Disgusting! From Evil Geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless. It's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies.
We're back. The beautiful Shanghai skyline and by the Bunda. There's actually a fantastic bar in Shanghai called Captain's Bar that has a beautiful view of that particular area. But we're going to be jumping into our third game of this series as OMG tied up 1-1. And Aki is your MVP. I'm not going to say I'm biased, but I feel like, you know, Cream was my MVP. But look, Aki, he did what he needed to do. He ulted Betty, and that was his job, and he did it very well.
Look, Aki on this monkey definitely looking consistent as he is just popping off in all his recent games. Although Cream definitely did put in his fair share of work as well. I think for these objectives, he was just zoning out the carries of AL so perfectly, where Betty just pretty much didn't get to play the game, as we just saw Betty consistently getting the Cyclone to his face and executing the carries of AL. This one in particular, where they just focused down Betty instantly, and he wasn't able to fight at all with the Baron going to the hands of OMG, and a lot of these major objectives also falling into their hands as well. So pretty deserved MVP to say the least. However, I think Cream was also very MVP worthy.
Yeah, look, we talked about the mid-jungle duo. It is a duo for a reason. You know, you have to find the two of them as such, and little moments like this that really did highlight the fact that Aki was just finding his mark every single time. Even here, you know, kind of protecting Abel for as long as he possibly could. And it does feel like it is going to come down to where this, you know, this next kind of setup comes from. He's never going to get the Sejuani ever again because Aki just absolutely loves that. So if he gets the Wukong a third time in a row, it does feel like the game plan from OMG is just to have their jungler be that guaranteed engage. And it's working out relatively well for them. Again, they're, you know, 1-1 in this series, fair enough. They could have wanted a 2-1, but a win's a win if they can get the, or a 2-0, I should say. If a win's a win if they can get a 2-0 or 2-1. But, you know, coming off of this, it does feel like OMG are going to have to try and be a little bit more aggressive in that early stages. It feels like they're being a bit too passive for my liking to really try and put them along the sides of, you know, someone like, you know, Weibo or even like the likes of JDG.
We did see the Jarvan getting locked in for this game too. We were expecting an extremely aggressive Xiaohao, but other than the one gank that we saw in the bottom lane, I believe, not too much outside from that. But something that has been getting slipped through in the draft is Vi. I mean, Vi, although it does get punished very easily, it does allow you to have that guaranteed CC onto the enemy team. And it does really seem like OMG has figured out how to do with the Zeri. They were just able to get so much lockdown CC onto him. This time around, it has been switched up for that top lane. Instead of Rumble, they do have a thick boy with the Siren coming in, and Zeri just wasn't able to kill him through the 2-item spike. You need at least 3 to 4 to get rid of someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about how Shanji does love these kind of odds, fringe pocket picks, things like the Rumble, the Shyvana last year, which he kind of pioneered. But it is something that is they can use. It's not the only thing they have. It's not as if they're limited by it. He can play the big boys, and he can play the big fridges up on that top side and just do his job, which is just be a meat shield in front of the team. I will say it's been unfortunate for ZDZ. He was on point every single time against Abel, was able to kind of capture the ADC in so many different instances and really put pressure on the backside of OMG. But for AL, It did feel like something like PinZ just wasn't able to have the same level of impact as Silas, and we saw it as we went into the game. It was one out of the 7 games that we've seen where there's been a Rise versus a Silas. Rise has only come out on top in 1 of them. It is a 1-to-6 ratio, and after that game, it is now 1-to-7. So it feels like the Rise blind it's just not something you can really go with anymore.
Yeah, I like how you bring up the Rise, as it was a huge point in why AL dropped the second game. I think PinZ on something like the Rise, we saw that one proactive play where literally the entire team of AL showed up in that bottom lane, and it did end up in the ways of AL for that specific team fight. However, that was the only time we saw the Realm Warp getting utilized, and that's something we don't see a lot in the LPL other than your best mid laners like Xiaohu or Rookie or Nai. So definitely shouldn't be playing something like that as long as you are. I think something more easier to execute would be the idea for this game 3.
Yeah, and it does feel like right now we're going to be jumping into picks and bans with OMG back on the blue. They can be a little bit more. I love this Lee Sin ban that's been coming out from OMG, kind of recognizing Xiao Hao would be feeling a little bit under pressure right now. Dejarvan did not look super comfortable for him, so they're going to be able to try and ban that one away. The Akali and the Sejuani becoming very much perma-bans against someone like OMG. And what used to be the Samira ban as well, it kind of was the trifecta of comfort picks away, is that the Samira hasn't been looking so great. Played it twice this split as has Abel, and really hasn't looked that great, to be perfectly honest. Hasn't been that ban worthy, in my opinion. The Aphelios, yeah, still going to be picking that one up. And the OMG, I really don't want to see the Samira, so the Zeri is a much stronger pick right now and forcing Betty onto something new in this series.
And that is going to be a huge problem for AL, because I personally think Betty, without the Zeri, all of his other champions don't really hit the same. It is going to get responded with the Xayah or maybe even Ashe, which has been getting led through in the previous drafts. However, we do have a lot of junglers available for this time around, where the Elise, the Maokai, once again, I mean, they have been slightly nerfed, but I think if we do put Xiaohao on something like the Elise to get things done early in the map, it does put that extra pressure onto AL, because we see them really choking when it does come to these team fights.
And to see the Ashe finally making her appearance here in the bot side. Can be AD carry, can be support. Generally see it more in support so far this split, but does definitely give you a little bit of flexibility. The Maokai going to be blocked in here for Xiao Hao again. A very powerful pick. Gives you a lot of options to go a bit more aggressive on the top side. Maybe we're Renekton and a Jace in those solo lanes. We'll have to wait and see. But OMG now, you would imagine they would be looking for something like the Lulu, maybe the Annie as well. There are plenty of options, in fairness to them, that they can work with, but OMG definitely got lots to work with right now. And kind of we've seen this generally happen to OMG throughout most of their series that go to 3 games.
Ooh,
is that
LeBlanc.
they do end up picking. Yeah, well, we wait. We don't remember the cardinal rules, the cardinal sins. You can't be doing that now. You have to wait until it's locked in. But we have seen this from OMG, where they have gone from locking in their solo laners to immediately realizing they need to lock in their bot laners. And Silas comes in for Cream, had an exceptional game too. This does not surprise me.
The Jace is going to be the natural answer for PinZ to make up for that lack of AD damage, as you do have the Maokai already being solo AP for AL in this game 3. So I'd really enjoy PinZ on something more aggressive coming into this game 3, as we know that Cream just took over the game on the Silas. He had 700 AP, 25 stacks on that Medjai's. But once again, what ADC or support is AL going to take? I mean, AL, realistically, I think this Ashe is going to go to support. I do prefer it a lot better on support, where you are able to go the Imperial Mandate and Umbral Glaive. So something like the Jhin or the Caitlyn even, perhaps, that does have the range onto the enemy team could look like an option for the side of AL, as this Vi does get banned over here.
Now, Vi, you've been talking about, finally gets taken off the table. Maybe the Wukong as well, as the Maokai has already been locked and loaded here for AL, so they know they can be a bit more sparing with that kind of setup. I like that OMG are kind of saying, look, we'll take away some of the more fringe, annoying picks that could maybe come out here, and Ashe AD carry with the Kalista support, or vice versa. Definitely a bit more of an issue to deal with when you're trying to burst somebody out, as we wait to see now where AL want to take their final few bans. But this is a big moment now for OMG. I feel like they take this win, they put themselves up to 7-4 after 11 series. That's a really nice win rate, and going up against FBX later in the week, they can, I honestly think, kind of look towards locking playoffs within the next week or two, but they have to try and get this win here. In the end of the day, the game difference can be important, but once you're in playoffs, you've got a chance.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge morale boost if they are able to take this series up against AL, as they are just playing for a better seeding in the playoffs. But if we take another look at the bans, it is going to be bottom lanes for OMG, as they expect that to be an Ashe support as well. Ezreal going to get hovered here. Something with range would work perfectly for the side of AL, as you do have the Jace already. So when it does come to those team fights, if you just play with your range, I mean, the Zeri is going to suffer immensely until she gets all her life-stealing items online. But once again, a lot of healing for OMG, so you really need your executioners and your heal cut online as fast as possible.
And this is the big thing now as well, is that you're looking at AL's composition and it says, yes, if they can get the poke off, it is very much a poke composition, poke pick, if you will, with that Ashe arrow kind of coming in. But they get caught out themselves. If they lose one component of this team, it does feel like you lose momentum of the game very, very quickly. Poke comps always known for being oppressive when ahead, but almost non-existent when behind. It really feels like you need to make sure that this Jace and Ezreal are doing enough, kind of relative damage throughout this game. And on the other side of this, if, looking at the Cassante, the Sylas, the Zeri, very short range, but all wanting to be on top of your face, and you add a Jarvan into that, they are looking to dive.
They're looking to dive, but you already see the enemy locking in something like the Ezreal, so you need to have perfect execution when it does come to those dives. I mean, Jace, very vulnerable when it does come to the mid lane 2v2, so that potentially could be an angle that Arki does go towards for the early game. But this is going to be a counter pick once again for ZDZ, as he is hovering the Camille right now, something aggressive, and does have a lot of lockdown for the team fights.
We're going to see now they got themselves a little bit more side lane pressure, get that Camille going for ZDZ, but all in all, it is still very much a poke composition. Bring down the health bars as much as you possibly can as AL. Make sure you're kind of getting OMG down to maybe 2/3, half their HP before you look for an actual engage and look to pick people off with the hook shot or maybe even the enchanted crystal arrow. On the other side, it's as self-explanatory as anyway. You go in, everyone follows you, and that's just how this game has got to go. I will say, I do think Shanji's going to try and maybe use his ultimate to keep the Camille away from people like Abel, rather than trying to be an assassin on those backlines that we saw maybe previously in the last game with the Cassante for ZDZ. So curious to see how these team fights kind of go off. But right now, Aki's got himself an engage. We talked about the Jarvan in game number 2. It has to do the exact same thing here. Needs to be aggressive, needs to be utilizing the fact that it is just stronger than the Maokai in those first few levels.
Most definitely, Oshin, but honestly, just looking at these two compositions being laid out here, I do heavily prefer OMG's a lot more, because it is just that classic front to back where Cream and Abel on the Zeri and Sylas, something that we've already seen in the past, where the Zeri has been doing extremely well in this series. However, in the hands of Betty, this time he is on that Ezreal, and I think with AL locking in something like the Camille and the Jace and the Ezreal, these team fights are going to be very confusing, as you don't have a lot of lockdown as long as if you don't play alongside the Ashe support arrows. I mean, even Maokai, sometimes his ultimate is just too slow to ever lock down anyone to secure that kill. So it really depends on how the Sword Art really pilots his Ashe when it does come to those vision control plays in the mid game.
Well, this is it. Game number 3 between these two sides. AL desperate to keep themselves in some way looking towards that postseason. OMG trying to climb up that ladder, kind of get themselves more established within the playoff picture. They haven't confirmed it just yet, but you got to think that with 6 or 7, 8 wins on the horizon, they would be definitely in the picture. But we'll have to wait and see, as it all comes down to this one game. The best of 3 turns into a best of 1 effectively. Winner takes all. And both teams desperate to make that one happen as we come back into where either of these sides can get an advantage. And look, we talk about the setup of both these teams and how these games have gone so far. It has been slow in the early game. It has been very methodical, especially with game 1, which went to 40+ minutes. So right now, we're going to see if any team wants to try and maybe book the trend a little bit and make it a little bit more of an issue for either side if they can get an early advantage.
We have the 5-man squad coming in for this tri-bush. Does get spotted here with PP God putting that ward down and swapping it out for a sweeper, so that does mean the natural response is going to be OMG going into their side of the jungle and placing down that ward at either the Raptor or red buff. But AL, I mean, I guess this is somewhat aggressive, as you don't expect it way too much with how the game 1 went. But once again, this Camille getting locked in for that 5th position is going to be a huge point to look out for, because you do have that silent threat. However, if you're not able to utilize the silent threat correctly from the side of AL, I mean, OMG's 5v5 composition just looks insane.
Already early aggression coming out from AL as they look to maybe catch somebody out. There is a decent ward here by PP God, so he should see all of these members coming in now. I know the level 1 is very much in favor of AL, but this is a 4v4 for the moment, and you can see that the OMG not willing to let this one go just yet, so kind of taking away this vision and stopping the junglers from really getting anything done. So both bot lanes backing themselves up and away, as that Krug is going to go all the way to the tower there. Don't know if that's what they wanted. Yeah, didn't want that to happen, but it does end up happening regardless. As we can see now, Cream and Pinsy, they're very used to having these trades, but I will say Pinsy in a bit of a stronger position this time around. You can't really steal the Realm Warp anymore, and not really, you just can't, because it's Jace into the Silas, and you have a little bit of a better time, in my opinion, as the Jace coming into this matchup.
Yeah, we did see Pinsy piloting this Jace for the level 1 game. But
Evil, he flashes!
Oh, not enough!
But it's blocked by PP Gods! Not able to get it on there. Did not land the Mystic Shot, but this is why you can't let Ashe through. All the summoners burn now in the bot lane except for PP God's flash.
Abel did not respect the level 1 Ashe coming into this game, and he burns triple summoners for the bot side of OMG. I mean, he is going to miss out on so much CS. Also spotting out Aki on his Raptors as he just cleared red, and that just means a lot of options for Xiaohao to path towards his bottom lane. But without the cleanse, I mean, very easy to execute on those ganks. But maybe it's just been too long since Abel has burst an Ashe, since we haven't seen one this series, and he just forgot that Ashe is extremely OP with that level 1 hob.
Now Aki with level 3 might be trying to be a bit more aggressive as he goes in towards this Raptor camp. Should be able to spot out. No, don't just yet. Maybe he pings it to say maybe there is somebody there. He's not quite sure. Xiaohao recognizing he does not have priority in this mid lane and kind of just backs himself away. But now getting jumped on and chunked out, and ooh, feel like if maybe Aki was there a couple of seconds earlier. I don't know where Aki is going right now. I don't know what is happening. Maybe he thinks he's trying to avoid vision, but he's going to finally get himself back onto the side and steal away this red buff.
Let him cook, let him cook. He was just expecting Xiaohao to come back for his red buff, as there's just no way the jungler gives up his red buff when it does come to the early game. However, Xiaohao, remembering that Abel did burn double summoners in that level 1 trade, is trying to look, as OMG's wave state is looking extremely bad, as it is slow pushing. So Abel needs to get this pushed in, or he needs the help of his jungler, but his jungler's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's difficult to do, as Aki should be able to maybe get a move here. They will get the abduct down, as Pinsy not got a huge amount of mana, but with that phase rush, very difficult to really lock him out and away, as Aki only just gets the red buff steal, doesn't really gain anything else from this. I think he's going to try and maybe clear out his Krugs on the bot side up to his Raptors, and then maybe go for a full clear on top side before he gets his reset out. So not really going to be seeing much else happening in that bot side, as Shanji and ZDZ just keep going into their wet noodle fight. I will say Shanji doing exceptionally well so far in this matchup, keeping himself ahead by about 10 CS or so, and really kind of putting down pressure onto this Camille before she becomes a little bit of a late game monster.
Yes, definitely. I mean, just looking at this mid lane 1v1, Cream struggling a lot more compared to game 2, not as much of a free time. And back to the point where Pinsy was just piloting the Jace for game 1, he did exceptionally well, and he was able to get those items online and safely scale into late game alongside, I believe it was Zeri, Betty on the Zeri, and then they were able to grab that first victory. But now in a 1v1 situation, can Pinsy do it again is the question, as you are in a winning matchup for this early game. Not a lot of CS advantage just quite yet, but Cream has been forced to TP back into the lane, and just a very normal early game once again.
Very quiet, very set up, very controlled, I think is the way we can always look at this one here. And honestly, we should have expected this as well, considering the bot lane went as aggressive as it did, but you have got a cull onto Abel, so not really going to be seeing much else happening in that bot side. They're both the tiers and the culls kind of stacking away. No one really wants to engage until they get full value out of that. We'll wait to see what ends up happening at the end of this whole thing. As we can see now, there's a bit of an engage coming in here for Cream. He does hit level 6, so has got a decent amount to use. Doesn't want to steal away the Jace.
Top lane.
Set out Shanji. There's going to be the Hextech ultimatum by ZDZ. just to keep himself alive. And this is the power of the Cassante right now. You can see the all-outs really working against EDZ in this early game. And now Aki maybe looking for something in his bot side. Wouldn't be that difficult to get someone like Sword Art down as they do not have flash. There's going to be the slow forward. They don't care about Betty at all. They are ignoring the Ezreal as First Blood goes over to Abel on the Zeri.
This game really was just the race between the junglers who got to bottom lane first without these flashes available, and Aki comes out on top, landing a really nice EQ onto both champions of AL, and they were able to secure the kill onto Sword Art, where the First Blood goes into Abel's hands, so it really revives him back from how the level 1 went as his summoners weren't burnt out. But once again, I mean, this Jarvan pick, we see it for a second time for tonight, where this is where you see the Jarvan becoming useful because the enemy doesn't have that flash available. However, you are slightly on a ticking time bomb as the enemy. They do have a Maokai. Once he gets his items online, it's going to be really tough trying to get any vision as the south lanes are so extremely broken. The 1v1 in top lane, however, no mana for Shanzi.
No mana for Shanji, but ZDZ has got plenty of damage available to him. The hook shot could have come out there, and that could have been a very scary moment, but Shanji eats his vegetables, gets himself a nice little bit of reprieve, and should be able to get himself back on that top side. AL pick up the first dragon of the game. We won't have another Mountain Soul, as it is going to be the Mountain Dragon first taken out. So different soul parity coming into this one as PP God finds himself into this mid lane. Just going to try and help clear out this minion wave with Cream with a couple of those stacks.
But this top lane wave state is so terrible for ZDZ, where it's just going to get permanently frozen. And with Shanzi having that Doran shield available, he's going to slowly heal, as the Camille really needs his jungler to bail him out of the situation. But with the bottom lane being so vulnerable once again, I mean, it could go either way, but this Camille in this game 3 is going to be a huge factor if AL is able to play towards this side lane pressure.
And Kitty, Xiaohao is in the bot side, but he has been spotted out, so I don't expect us to see much else happening here. Sword Art should be hitting level 6 very soon, actually. Maybe one more minion wave should be able to do it, but it's going to be a couple of plates or so. Nothing else really to come out of this one here. Xiaohao still putting pressure down. They may look to try and get the lightning crash in. There's going to be the ultimate from the Maokai just in response to make sure that Betty and Abel can't have their little 1v1, but that's not exactly ideal situations for the Maokai ultimate. You would love to try and get that to kind of, you know, catch somebody out just as they're coming out underneath the turret, but not to be. And while you're spending all that time on bot side, the Herald shall be traded out as OMG pick up their neutral of the game.
We see a slight glimpse of what could happen in the next 20 minutes when we do ensue into these team fights. Maokai ultimate just isn't reliable enough as that hard engage for the side of AL, so you really need to depend on Sword Art, which did just hit level 6, so he is going to be looking for these angles onto the other side of the map, and if he is going to be able to get these kills online early for the strong laners of AL.
And we'll wait and see how everyone kind of goes with this one here. It's still slowly but surely eking out to a little bit of a gold lead here for OMG. Got about 1,000 in the lead, as that kind of accrues from the CSing in top and in mid. Also, the coal doesn't do too badly either in terms of adding those extra little bits of gold available to you. As we can see, Dragon spawning in 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aki with level 6 hasn't had a huge amount of impact around the map right now, as very much just been on the bot side gank, and that's basically it. Sword Art walks forward, does find Aki and gets a little bit of a Hail of Blades proc, and Aki just backs himself away. No real danger available to the jungler there, considering he did have his flag and drag. Now Xiaohao maybe wanting to try and get involved with here, and I feel like it's OMG who are the ones that have a little bit more agency to make things happen. So they have got the Cataclysm, the flag and drag, lots of kind of single target ways of getting on top of people, but if you get caught out by Sword Art's Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you're in a hell of a lot of trouble, so OMG need to be very careful when they're pushing this aggressively.
Most definitely. I mean, just looking at the items, both Kinsey and Abel having that call available in their item slots just kind of describes how this early game is going. Only 1 kill at 10 minutes. I believe the first game it was extremely slow as well, where it was a 13-minute first blood, where Dragon will be spawning around then as well. But we do see OMG just fighting for this bottom side vision, as they really rely on this on Aki finding angles onto carries of AL, which could happen right now.
Now they're looking for something here, but don't know if Aki's going to get much else out of this. 3 people were there, despite there only being 1 showing on the map, and that is just a very easy collapse and kill there for AL. Really nicely done there to kind of recognize, okay, we lost all our vision control around the Dragon Pit, we're just going to cover our mid lane.
Every single time, I'm like, when is first blood going to happen? Someone just instantly die. I mean, this isn't first blood, my bad, but it's going to be the first kill for the side of OMG.
Kill.
Any kill, just any action, but you kind of expect that from a Jarvan who does have the Herald available in his pockets. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. So Aki was playing with the vision. He didn't spot Sword Art here, so he was caught off by surprise where it did turn up to be a 2v3. It was already too late as you commit the EQ in as Jarvan. Once you EQ in, you can't really jump out.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the single target CC. With that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you have to be so very careful of when and where you go for a fight, because that is a long cooldown or long stun duration that you have to deal with now, and it's not that long of a cooldown. Already back up, as we can see. Ping Z just getting harassed underneath the tower. There should be 2 plates going over to Cream and Aki. Should just be Aki picking that one up for himself, as Cream wasn't really in position to get that local gold. So nothing really coming out on the end of that from here. As you can see, Aki building up towards full tank there. So
yep.
Curious to see the Jarvan not really going towards that damage or gore drinker that we sometimes see, just going full engage, need to be a tank, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, that was a problem with, I believe, Xiaohao with this Jarvan in his hands, where he was just getting instantly deleted by Able Zaya. So I really enjoyed this full tank Jarvan coming in for game 3, as we do have the Demonic Embrace available for Xiaohao. So if they really play towards these saplings, I mean, OMG not having that vision set up properly, it's going to be really hard to try and find an angle, as AL is going to start the second dragon with them. TPs are available, however, I think it's just going to be a 4v4 brawl.
Full brawl coming in. We are going to see the dragon maybe stolen away. No, it's been secured here by AL, so they get themselves their second one, but can they survive the fight?
Able.
It's a double kill here for Able as he keeps pushing forward. Betty doesn't really know where to go, and the rest of the walls have crumbled around him. He thought he was safe, but then the walls just disappeared. Attack on Titan Season 2 as we come back now into the top lane and see that the top laners are still just throwing in hands at each other. No one really getting any significant damage, except for Shanji, who's getting damage on this turn.
You didn't have. Why did you have to mention Attack on Titan? I have a story after this, but we see a really good ultimate coming out of Aki here. Where he gets the double CC onto both Kinsey and Sword Art. Look at this ultimate from the Jarvan. Pretty much captures everyone, and he lives on the tiniest bit of HP. That's where the Giant's Belt comes in handy, and Abel was just killing everyone with that ultimate on the Zeri, where she is getting led through for a 3rd game in a row. But back to reality and back to my story. So I didn't realize that Attack on Titan's new season came out, and I spoiled it for my friend. GG.
GG. I must say, if you haven't watched Attack on Titan Season 1 and you think that what I said is a spoiler, that was like 8 years ago, you know?
I haven't seen Attack on Titan. That's the real question.
I was going to say, like, how have you not seen Attack on Titan with this? Yeah, I actually forgot that that you've just reminded me that the new season has started. What is it like? It's like the final season, final arch, part 1 finale or some crazy. It's a ridiculous name, but I believe the anime is having a different ending to the manga.
Ooh.
I believe it's having yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's 100% correct, because it's kind of hard to know this stuff. But
oh my
God, sorry. Yeah, AP Ezreal all hurts. But yeah, I believe that the ending of the manga will be different to the ending of the manga or the anime, as we can see. CDZ trying to write his own. Hey, look, we got Camille, Attack on Titan, Walls.
What?
It's pretty great.
This is gonna play out the same way that Attack on Titan played out, but I don't even know the plot.
No,
but,
yeah,
you know,
no spoilers.
I got spoiled by Twitter. I'm never scrolling Twitter ever again, because they just showed screenshots of the Attack on Titan manga, and I was so annoyed. But it's okay, as long as OMG keeps up this morale, as they are up 3 kills and a lot of objectives, and Shanji is dominating the matchup. 30 CS up as well, more 40 actually, and getting this tier 1 tower down. As Xiaohao does pop the ultimate. Sword Art. He missed! He
missed completely, and that means that ZDZ's been caught in his own stolen Hextech ultimatum. Able just keeping him in line, putting him down. The damage! Not quite able to secure it as ZDZ flashed away, but this is OMG taking control. This is OMG that we expected to see from game number 1, and finally they've arrived in this series.
They have definitely arrived. The Shanty is just having a very calm and collected game on this Cassante, just freely CSing now, 50 CS up compared to ZDZ. ZDZ trying to get his angles for those team fights in mid lane. However, the macro state for AL is looking a little bit dire as the Dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 50 seconds. But OMG, with the scaling composition, the Zeri and Cassante for this game 3, they are very comfortable with how this early game has gone.
Yeah, super, super comfortable coming in now as they start to hit second items for their team. And actually, interesting enough, we're actually seeing Abel not go towards the Bloodthirster build, going straight to his Runan. So he's going for more teamfight rather than just being straight up a single target DPS man. But Cream not gonna do much else in this bot side apart from just throw out a little bit of damage and then run away. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds to the next Dragon, there is still a way in for this game for AL. It is an Infernal Soul, which means that's plenty of damage for something like a poke comp to work with is huge. So if they can get this next Dragon and maybe get another one after it, that's where this game could maybe start to move back in their favor. Betty will have the Arcane Shift, so should just be able to get himself over the wall nice and easy. But really curious to see now how OMG want to try and approach this Dragon Pit, because they are in the lead, but they need to make sure that they are taking the right fight.
Yeah, I'm really interested that OMG Abel has decided to opt into this Runans for the second item. He is prioritizing the wave clear over the lifesteal. We're up against a Jason Ezreal, even Ashe, and sometimes even Maokai saplings get a bit annoying in those team fights. So a bit of an odd choice in my opinion. I think although you are making up for that lack of wave clear, we are able to get mid priority. The lifesteal definitely is going to still play a big factor when we reach the later ends of the game. I mean, Abel could just say, screw it, I'm ending the game in 25 minutes. That could realistically happen, who knows?
Also a slight tangent, but it's kind of in relevance to the last game that OMG won. That was their 400th win, so congrats to them. This is to see if they can make it 401. Shanji getting jumped on here by ZDZ as both the 80 carries are now kind of focusing out these top laners, but Hextech Ultimatum is only going to do so much for you there, ZDZ, as he's our first one to fall. Now Abel kind of lightning forward there. They're trying to see if they can catch anybody else out. They do use that blast cone to try and catch out Betty, who gets jumped on straight away. Aki goes very deep, but it's all to set up for Abel, who's sitting himself forward and pushing himself through. Triple kill there for the Zeri. And it is very much a Zeri moment all day, every day in this game. The Dragon is live. The Dragon will be secured by OMG, and this game is looking all but done, Kitty.
We hecking love Jerry in the LPL, and once again, she wipes the enemy team with how this 5v5 goes, and that goes back to our point where OMG, with the front-to-back composition, they are invincible when it comes to these team fights, and Shandy, an absolute unit on this Cassante, just soloing the carries of AL and zoning them out, while Aki also landing a lot of CC onto the backline of AL as well, where he was able to get a lot of these kills into Abel's pocket. I mean, Zeri, she knew, she killed.
It's as easy as that. Just Zeri things. We saw why AL had such a priority on it, but now it is really starting to feel like OMG are taking over this game. We can even see that 2 items turn into 2.5, 2.5 turns into 3.5. It becomes that kind of inescapable scaling that you have to try and deal with. And right now, Cream would love to actually get level 14 here in the next minute or so, because that would actually mean he would be getting level 15 very, very soon after that. He's got a stacks on his Rod of Ages. We'll see how that one goes now. But yeah, 7,500 gold lead. Shanji looking fantastic. Really not seeing much from this Camille, to be perfectly honest. And this is the thing. You take the Camille, I'm fine with that. That's totally okay for you to do. But it does feel like you have to try and give it some kind of resources into something like the Cassante, because the Cassante is just going to outscale you as a tank. And with the way he's built, the way his kit is set up, it just becomes impossible for you to really match up to him in those later stages.
Yeah, now here comes the question, Oshin. How does AL come back from this map state where ZDZ extremely behind in terms of items and CS, even experience? Well, I will ask myself this. How does AL win? Because this entire map state, no vision at all, where the Baron is getting threatened for the side of OMG. Currently, we set up this Camille to be that side lane pressure for AL, where they just play safe in the mid lane, even logging in something like the Ezreal, where he isn't going to get engaged easily on. So it really dependent on ZDZ with that 5th pick Camille as the counter, but an Ash Arrow from Sword Up may get a pick into their hands and let them breathe once again as Cream does pop the Zhonya's.
I mean, he pops the Zhonya's, he gets the wild growth, and everybody's here. Xiaohao not able to do anything, and now the rest of the team is here. He delayed, and he waited, and he just had enough in the tank to make sure he didn't die. Cream survives. The rest of AL fall 2 for none. Baron on the table, Baron to be secured, and Shanji's already got himself pushing in this top side.
ZDZ is desperately trying to get a tower at least to trade off for the deaths on the top side and this Baron going to the hands of OMG, but they're snowballing out of control with something like Zer and Gasate. Definitely don't want to be giving them this lead. Already a 10k gold lead at the 21-minute mark. I was joking about the game ending in 25 minutes, but that is honestly a reality now.
I mean, it's not a snowball anymore, it's an avalanche, it's a catastrophe, as we can see here. Just more and more, and they try to make this work. They have layered every bit of CC, but they just can't get them down.
They don't have damage to finish off Cream, and the reinforcements from OMG come in. Full tank Arky just smacking down the tree. Even Shandy TPing in from the topside minions, and all the teams comes back and saves Cream as the Baron also in the hands of OMG now. But ZDZ on this Camille once again not being able to apply that pressure. They're going to force AL into a 5v5 situation, and I'm afraid without the front to back composition, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, when you're behind on poke, like I mentioned earlier, it feels just so impossible. We actually see Aki foregoing his mythic completely. He says he wants the Sunfire, wants the Warmogs, doesn't want anything to do with that mythic right now. And honestly, can't really blame him. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, which is just survive in these team fights. He is the only 2 deaths on his team, and now with the Baron just kind of ticking away, they're taking out more and more of these structures. It's a 11,000 gold lead. It does feel like it's going to take an absolute miracle for the side of AL to get this, but you don't really have any wave control. You don't really have any kind of wave management right now because your Jace has to deal with mid lane, and bot lane's just getting destroyed.
Yeah, AL doesn't have that hard engage. Once again, Xiaohao forces something with his roots, but it's just not working. It's way too slow, and OMG diffuses it perfectly by just walking out. But Shanzi being an absolute nuisance in that middle lane. No one can honestly kill him. They just don't have the damage, as these towers are going to fall off. Aki forces in.
I mean, Aki's got so much HP, he knows no one's going to be able to burst him out. So there's inhibitor turret number 1, inhibitor shortly to follow. OMG, BB takes a fair bit of chunk off of him, so he's going to have to back himself away, make sure he doesn't die. But it is slow, it is methodical, it is precise as they pick apart the base. And yes, you're getting some decent poke here from Binz, but look at the scoreboard. It's like 0-2, 0-3, 1 and 2 being your best kind of setup here on your Maokai. It's not the greatest of situations, and Abel's only getting bigger and better.
Yep, this Ashe support had to be ahead. The Umbral Glaive is in the pockets. They're not going to kill Shanzi. That's a very critical ultimate. That's not going to do absolutely anything, especially with only 2 items on Ezreal. He's going to walk away scratch-free. But Umbral Glaive in the hands of Sorda, they aren't able to really regain any of the vision when it does come to these major objectives. It's going to be really tough. I mean, we needed the bottom lane, and like you said, all the poke champions to be ahead for these team fights to be successful and let the Camille apply that side lane pressure. However, they never reached that point where these major objectives are just falling into hands of OMG. And sometimes when we do reach these teams that are more to the bottom tier of the standings, I do enjoy if they just play something standard, more traditional. It's easier to execute and it's more straightforward. When it does come to these front-to-back team fights, you lock in something like Zeri and the team is all on the same page. For AL, for the past 2 games, they just seem very messy, and especially in this game state, it's pretty much, you can't come back in this state.
Yeah, it's no longer in your hands, is kind of how I put it, is that you don't really have a position to be able to kind of force anything. You need mistakes. That's kind of how this goes, is that you don't really have a position to force anything yourself, so you got to hope and pray that OMG just put themselves in a compromised position, don't really gain as much out of that, and we'll see what they want to work with here in this. Will have to be a last effort. You're going to have to pick a time. And the time has got to be soon, because you're going to lose this inhibitor if you're not careful. As the Ash Arrow.
The waves. That's, you know, honestly fine. As ZDZ does have to be backing here. Both super minions are slowly pushing in. I mean, they have to just force something. The game's about to end, or either they get triple in hit and they die to Baron minions. So it's going to be really tough for the side of AL.
No Baron to be taken for at least another 2 minutes. two Infernal Dragons does increase all of that damage. You can see Cream going forward, immediately goes put into Zhonya's. They're trying to burn down this tower, and they will get it. The building so much of their time, biding so much of their time. As a flash forward by Abel as he wants to end this game right here, right now. Wildgrove comes out to make sure he stays nice and healthy, but now Cream just making sure ZDZ can't recall, and like you said, you got to make a last stand. Yes, you didn't lose anybody, but your base is in ruins.
Your base is getting swarmed by these supers. ZDZ forced it back. I mean, you just have to play here. Baron now spawning in 1 minute. The plays are going to have a need.
They're going to look for it. They're going to try and jump on the Pinzi. They get Betty, or sorry, Abel. I've been seeing Betty on Zeri so much this game.
That
got
is
myself
Betty.
confused. But and they're going to look for it. Abel is now dead. PP God not exactly got a lot of health bar, and he's dead as well. So this is a bit of an overextension coming out now as AL look to try and catch out Aki. He gets knocked back, and he will be taken out as well. There's 3 kills back to back to back. It's unfortunate for the side of AL that this is good, but there's nothing for them to take.
Is Sora able to defend off the base as 3 lanes push in with these supers? He is going to save the towers as AL sneaks back into the game by getting all these kills into their pockets. 3 for 0 as Abel just instantly died here with the, I believe, getting caught off guard as ZDZ focuses him down. The bounty gold also goes into the hands of Camille. So it's completely fine. I mean, Pinzi getting chased here, TP's here, and he gets a snipe onto the support of OMG where he did have a bit of vision. So it was a very good pick, nevertheless. But still, this map state, you have to play this maybe 4 more times for the gold to really even out once again.
It's a little bit of gold. That's nice for ZDZ, so he'll come back out with having a fully finished Rabadon, or sorry, Rabadon's Ravenous Hydra. But it's still not going to be enough, you would imagine. You're going to have to hope and pray that this True Shot Barrage is not early. Unfortunately, it is. And now Xiaohao. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even have minded if Xiaohao put himself into harm's way to try and get that steal, because you're against Baroned up double super minions in both sides. The TP on bot side, Shanji just trying to cut off the waves so that they cannot get this Camille to go any further. And again, we're seeing more and more pressure being put here onto OMG, or sorry, onto AL by OMG.
They did it once. Can they do it again? The ultimate from Xiaohao is going to start everything off.
Here we go. They're going to look to try and catch out ZDZ. Actually, Shanji takes a huge chunk of his own health bar. They trade back the Maokai for the Cassante. And everybody else kind of backs themselves away, but it's a 3-for-1 already, and they're just going to try and take away these inhibitors. Betty! Oh my god! He just gets deleted from the side of Summoners. My lord! And that's going to be the series. 2-1 going over to OMG. It was written in the stars pretty much earlier on. It was a good effort from AL, but OMG still get themselves the dub.
It was written in the draft, so Sheena Zeri gets locked in for the 3rd game in this row and does extremely well. 3 games in a row. I mean, unfortunately, Betty didn't find that victory for the game 2, but it doesn't really matter because in the end, it was just how OMG had such an easy to execute composition and they played towards that. I mean, Shanzi, he was definitely the unsung hero on this Cassante where he was applying so much pressure in these team fights. Also in the side lane, he was just straight up beating ZDZ in that 1v1 with full tank items as well. So that's just patch 13.4 for ya, but OMG definitely feeling a big release of stress from this game state where it was a 1-1 series.
Yes, it was a 1-1 series, and again, OMG, they went very long in that first game, 45 minutes I think it was, and then had a much better time of it in game number 2. But game number 3 was all OMG all the time. They put themselves up to 7-4, not a bad scoreline whatsoever. It is very respectful coming out here from OMG, and that puts them along the lines of, you know, the likes of TT, Weibo. They're only 1 series behind JDG in top esports, so this is still a team that can maybe climb themselves up to that top 6, maybe even top 4, should the results go their way.
I'm telling you, Sheen, OMG is definitely my dark horse. Let's just forget about Game 2 ever happening, and not Game 2, Game 1 ever happening, and definitely a huge contender for playoffs. Like you said, only 1 win away from all these super teams like JDG and Weibo. So as long as they clean up their team fights, I think it would be very exciting changes as we approach playoffs in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in 2.5 weeks, it's kind of, you know, the end of the season. We start to wrap up everything in a nice little bow, and we look towards who's going to be looking good, who's going to be looking bad. And again, the momentum is very, very clear for AL. It's unfortunate they're 2-10 now. It isn't mathematically impossible, but it's definitely not the ideal situation to be sitting in at the moment. You are looking at I think they've got 4 series left now to try and get up. That means 6-10 is the max they could go. I think RNG are 10th at the moment on 5-7. So if RNG or Billy or anyone like that gets up to 6 wins, I think they are officially out. So it's been a rough spring split for AL. They have a couple of things to think about right now. And again, this is a team that almost made it to playoffs in 2022 summer, kept the entire same roster, and just hasn't been able to make it work. Their next few series do not make it any easier either. They've got EDG and LNG, number 1 and number 2, respectfully, back to back. And it just feels like this team is sadly going to be dropping out before the end of week 8.
Yep, every win really mattered from now on, and unfortunately AL got the shorter end of the stick as they drop 2-1 up against OMG, but that does mean it is a good learning experience to say the least, and that you should never let Zeri open as they got it for this time around.
Yeah. Yeah, the Zeri doing Zeri things, and look, poke comp's a poke comp, but there's only so much you can do. At that point, you can't really work to bring yourself back into the game. Even with that small little bump in the road, the mountains of Mount Graphius, as Captain Flowers likes to call them for OMG, they are looking very, very good and majestic, and it is a great win for OMG. Like we mentioned, 7-4. They've got FBX later on this week, so they could go up to 8-4. And then when you're on 8-4, that's when you're starting to have real conversations about, are you a top 6 team? Are you someone who is going to be able to maybe make a slightly deeper run than usual? Because OMG, they're no strangers to playoffs as it is now, but they are definitely a team that has yet to really kind of show their full potential, get into that top 6, maybe even top 4 position, and push themselves towards that double elimination with a shot at international.
Yeah, now in a 2-series win streak, the morale is definitely there, and you have to ride up the FPX very soon as well. So potentially could be 3 series winning streak, and definitely morale does play a big part when it does come to these competitions. And I just wanted to say the biggest difference between that damage graph that I saw was definitely Aki deciding to opt into tank build. But I believe we have an interview with Aki now.
Yes, we do. We're handing over to Christine.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Shanji, the top laner for OMG. Congratulations on your reverse sweep on this best of 3. And you are on the 4 winning streak for you, and you just took down JDG, who performs really high on standing. So what's your take on your team synergy right now, and what is the key for you guys to keep such a great dominance recently? 欢迎山鸡来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 OMG 今天在 BO3 中让1追2拿下了这局比赛嘛。拿下这局比赛之后，队伍已经来到了一个4连胜的火热状态，并且在上一场你们的比赛当中，我们也看到了你们以下克上，以那样惊险的方式战胜了京东。所以你觉得现在整个团队的状况怎么样？你觉得能够维持这么好的状态，原因是什么呢？
我觉得我们状态现在还挺好的，就我们每个人就赛季刚开始有很多问题嘛，然后每个人都改善自己的问题，所以才能走到今天就是4连胜。然后后续的话，我觉得我们就像现在这样做的话，就会越来越好的。
Actually, I do think that we are in a good form recently, and maybe in the beginning of the regular season, each of us will have some shortcomings, but we have made some effort to fix these issues for us. And I believe that if we can continue our performance, then we will get a better result in future in upcoming matchups. And talking something about in-game content, I know that you picked Rumble in game number 1, but I think that the Sai and Ksanti may be more team-oriented player, and they're so tanky. So why did you change your strategies on Bampi strategies in game number 2 and game number 3? Do you want to do something for your team? Is that your special changes after losing game number 1? 那么今天第1局的时候，可以看到山鸡这里是拿出了自己也是一个招牌英雄兰博嘛，但是好像效果不好之后，2、3局的时候马上就改变了一个思路，拿到2个很肉的英雄，包括第3局拿到了奎桑体这样的战士。所以你觉得，特别是你们的阵容调整，在上单这个点上，输掉第1局之后，是围绕这些方面做了调整吗？还是其他的？
兰博的话，就感觉今天天气挺热的，然后感觉选这个英雄不是很好控温。然后后期的话，就我选的3和奎桑迪就都是还算这版本挺厉害的，然后我们就放弃自己的绝活，先选一下版本强势英雄吧。对。
Actually, I think today's weather is really hot, so I really can't control the Rumble's passive skills. And so in game number 2 and number 3, we just give it up and gave those signature champions up to follow the meta, because I think that Sai and Xanti are two very available and popular champions in this meta on top lane. And speaking of game number 3, which is, I think that the game tempo was pretty faster than game number 1 and game number 2. So how did you guys manage to get leads in early to mid game and snowball the game smoothly? Especially with this victory, I think that maybe it's just like a mentality boost or anything else. Do you want to change your game pace to end the game more quickly or anything about this? 那么其实第3局的时候，相比今天的1、2局，我们可以看到是一个节奏还相对来说比较快的比赛。其实今天的1、2局可以看出，双方不管是哪一方，好像对于终结比赛的能力，在这一方面是不是都会有一点点慢？所以你觉得第3局你们从前中期能够拿到优势，滚起雪球，很快结束比赛的一个原因是什么呢？
因为第3局阵容我们是比较那种。擅长打架的阵容，但是那个阵容不好点塔，所以我们就只能依靠支援团来进行打架，然后没支援的时候只能控视野，就让节奏变慢一点。对，第3局。
可是我觉得第3局的节奏还挺快的，你觉得下路的表现怎么样？
下路表现10分，给他打个9分吧。
Actually, I asked him about the bowling performance. So from my perspective, I think that our bowling performs on a scale of 1 to 10. I would like to give them a 9 point. And from my perspective, we got a really aggressive draft in game number 3. But maybe this draft is not good at to maybe like attacking or destroy the turret. So we just want to get some leads around those mutual objective team fights. From those team fights, we can get some leads and snowball the game. Final question for you. You have 7 wins so far, but I look at your upcoming matchups. I have seen so many very strong opponents. I would say like WBG, TS, or EDG, or they are really ranked high on standing. So what's your take on next upcoming matchups? So in order to get a better result or in order to make the playoffs, what can you do for that? 那么最后一个问题，虽然说 OMG 现在拿到了7个大胜场，当然这是首先恭喜你们这一点。但是看了一眼 OMG 接下来的赛程，可以说是有非常多，几乎都是面对在积分榜前列的英雄。你们会觉得在迎战他们上面做好哪些准备呢？或者说是为了进入到季后赛，在这个临门一脚接下来的几场比赛当中，会一个什么样的状态呢？
我觉得我们就打谁都是平常心吧，就我们就。自行车嘛，然后就做好自己的，就觉得我们谁都能掀翻，我们就自己不要有太大压力，就打好自己的就行了。
Actually, my thought on upcoming matchups is that we just need to do our own things best and keep a normal mentality. No matter who we will play against, just do our things best and don't overthink and try to perform our performance as we can do. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢山鸡来到我们的赛后访问，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Always good to hear there from Shanji. As you know, I love his attitude sometimes. It's kind of like, you know what? Yeah, I wanted to play it, so play it. I love that kind of like nonchalantness of just kind of like, I felt it and I went with it.
You know what's ridiculous? He blamed the Rumble draft on the weather being hot. I mean, I guess the correlation is that Rumble tosses out fire, and we searched it up. It was 20 degrees in Shanghai, so it's technically not hot, but still congratulations to OMG for picking up this 2nd series win in a row, and Shanji definitely becoming one of my favorite players in the LPL. But what a surprise! PP God got the MVP for this last game, Machine.
Yeah, I mean, 100% kill participation. He was where he needed to be. We actually saw him kind of save a lot of his teammates, kind of pushing forward to make sure he was the one to get the wild growths off, the shieldings, and just really in the right place at the right time. So congrats to him. Of course, 2-1 to OMG means they are able to get themselves the win. As you said, they're kind of like on a bit more of a tear right now, building themselves up to 4 wins in a row in terms of series. So very, very curious to see how far this team can take it. But we're going to take it to a short break. When we return, we're going to jump into our 2nd series of the day.
Absolutely can be. Hold off on the shenanigans for a bit. TSF's engaged.
He doesn't need the mid horizon anymore. He's just got the kill here, maybe on the hacker. A lot of healing coming through there, though. Nicely done. And kited out. Toto coming huge, and Bitch One is down. It's a trade back and forth. Yukon got one of them. One bong engaged on Hotpot. And flashing forward. And that's what Zeri does
when you give some resources, as the entirety of FPX is just drawn down the line. And Fearless, you might be tanky, but that event horizon is coming for you nonetheless. And TT holistically destroy FPX.
The shy flow top lane.
So that might be caught out here. There's Sonic Wave going to connect, and Carson ready to go in. The burst from Xiaohu immense with his knife down the sky on a flank. Look at him go, the blinding assault. Betty doesn't know where he's coming from. The pigeon in public, that did its dirty business on you. That's the feeling. You're embarrassed, you're distraught. Get this bird away from me. Well, Qingtian, that ulti will come through straight away. You know that. The level 13 Ornn ready to fly in as Mark with the depth charge. Dredge line, he finds his target Angel, and here we go front to back, but great damage in return. Angel able to knock up, but Mark able to get the kill. Free coming in the middle of everyone. Will he be able to find Mark? Yes, no, yes, no. What's the answer? Free
Rookie
can't do what he did before, while Rookie is just taking on the world, man. Don't give him a Carly ever again.
Talking about the play that happened previously, I thought it was a winning play for BLG because you have someone like the Talia that can just insert themselves in, but on Roman towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. All out, pulls better. No way did Xiaoshu pull that off! Ornn will go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yago. Finally falls Bobitia.
If they choose, he goes golden. Leave is there. Oh, shock laser again. Hits Hung. Oh, look at that damage. Leave.
Oh my God,
Leave. What? Oh, he went into 3 people. Leave. Are you sure about that? Is he? Immortal Shilbo? Leave. Still alive. No way. No way Scout Flushes gets him, but the fact that Lee brought them all to their knees. This 80 carry, his name may be Leave, but EDG are going to make him stay.
WE 的西安主场的话，就是每次观众都挺多的吧，氛围挺好的。我觉得刀客选手就是一个喜欢玩后期大核的 AD 吧，然后就是可能对线不会有很激烈的对抗。我觉得下午主要就是控龙吧，还有对线优势，就期待刀客选手的发挥吧。
Looking forward to Doggo's performance, as we are looking forward to yours as well. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are jumping into our second series, and we are a little bit behind, of course. When you have 17 teams and 5 venues, things tend to overlap a little bit there. So because the first series went a little bit late, we are going to be jumping a little bit later into this one here. But we should get our picks and bans below us any minute now, and that should tell us where WE versus Ultra Prime it is. There it is. Thank you so much, production. And already seeing a very standard composition pretty much from side to side. And honestly, I like the fact that we're seeing a lot more of Aphelios priority coming out here for a lot of LPL teams. Feels like that pick is just kind of coming back into the meta.
Yeah, most definitely. Phil is coming back with just all the support champions fitting him perfectly. I believe Thresh also got a slight buff, but it is going to be the Lulu for this time around. We're looking at both drafts. I mean, Ultra Prime having that Annie first pick, also getting something like the Lee Sin. So it's going to be a lot of early game skirmishes where they just have the CC available, but they also have that late game insurance where you also have Xayah, Syndra, and Jax. But I think with that interview with Hope, he said specifically said that Doggo loves playing these late scaling champions, and that's going to be a huge point to look out for, as Ultra Prime is prioritizing the late game scaling. But on the other hand, we have something aggressive as BB is on his iconic champion, the Renekton, something that he's very comfortable on. But as a response, they lock in something like the Rise and the Aphelios that when it does come to range, I mean, I think the Aphelios outranges Xayah.
Have to agree. We'll see what they kind of go for right now as we're jumping onto the Rift. That's what I love about being in, you know, other venues, is that there is no waiting, there is no delays. Because if there is delays, we can always just catch up on our own. The magic of technology and fast forwarding as we jump straight onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. And I think it was like a Jinx Cat cosplay. Oh no, maybe it was Kitty Katarina. I think it might have been Kitty Katarina.
Maybe.
I'm unsure on my skin lines as such, but jumping straight in, we're gonna have ourselves a nice one. And I will say, if WE can get ahead with this composition, like the Renekton as well, like you're gonna have such a hard time as Ultra Prime to really kind of deal with it. So I imagine with Ultra Prime, it is about kind of surviving the early stages, making sure they do not fall too far behind or fall prey to this Renekton Maokai combination.
Yeah, most definitely, but you do have to remind ourselves that he is up against someone like Doggo, where Renekton and Maokai, they have to play extremely careful with how they space and how they engage, because once you go in, you can't really go out. So the Xayah pick, once again, seeing for the second series of the night, it did do extremely well in that first one, where she was picked as a counter, so I'm really wondering how pick order was. But Hope on something like the Aphelios, he is coming back into the meta because he's just such a versatile ADC, where he has the scaling and he also has the setup for these games. While paired with something like the Lulu, it doesn't matter because he has his Graviton and Hung can path towards his bottom side, although Renekton is going to need a bit of help in that top lane.
It's the cool thing about Xayah and Aphelios. They can both be their own little bit of engages with their CC, Graviton ult, of course, the feathers flying and then coming back. It can be a fun one to see. As we wait to see now where the kind of like focus comes out from these junglers. We also see Ning on the Lee Sin, something he's exceptionally comfortable on, but nothing too crazy to be kind of coming out with at the moment as we wait to see where they kind of move forward with this particular game. And for Ultra Prime, getting Harry around this kind of Renekton could be key. If you can have a Jax even, who's able... A Jax! I don't know why I went like Link from Breath of the Wild. It's like, yeah! Anyway, you know, if he can get him going and very much kind of able to be his own little threat in a side lane, it becomes very difficult for WE to contain that. So curious to see where we see both these junglers prioritize. It looks like a full clear is going to be coming out for both sides, not really wanting to kind of interact with each other for the moment, which does favor, in my opinion, Heng on this Maokai a little bit more.
Yeah, they do part away from each other as both junglers start the red buff, but like you've been saying, Hung on this Maokai pick definitely want to be scaling comfortably into those items, as Ning on this Lee Sin definitely looking for some of those early game skirmishes, as you do want to be that duelist. But pathing towards Harry, I mean, he potentially could look for a dive if BB doesn't trade carefully, really see him being down. Bit of CS, although the wave is slowly building into the tower, but Hung already putting in some vision in this bottom side. If we do get Hope Hope ahead, he is looking like a very consistent carry once we do reach the late game.
Well, both junglers happy to take their scuttlebugs. I will say that full clear for the Ultra Prime jungler versus the almost full clear from the Maokai, as he's just able to drop down some wards, get some vision, back himself away, and there's going to be nothing too crazy to be kind of happening with this one here. But now, looking at these two sides, you can obviously kind of have, it's going to be a little bit of a slower early game, I imagine, but looking at these two teams, these are two teams that are outside of the playoffs as of right now. Team WE 4 and 7, sitting at 12th, and Ultra Prime 3 and 8. But it's what makes this match a little bit more interesting. As I think Hing got all of those minions there, or almost all of them, so nicely there done for him. But that's why it makes this game a little bit more important, a little bit more potent, because if WWE win, they broaden that gap between themselves and the likes of Ultra Prime versus Ultra Prime, who would be able to kind of really bring themselves forward, as we see a little bit of a move, flashback. Bew does get hit by the Sonic Wave, does end up getting the stun down onto Ning, who takes a huge chunk of damage himself. Has got a blue buff here on either jungler, but neither willing to kind of fully commit to what is happening right now. They're just kind of covering both their top laners, and I will say, definitely feel like it is WWE have come out the better of this particular trade, and don't want to fully commit just yet. You can see that Heng is holding that the CC very, very nicely, as we can see. Oh, speaking of CC, Baolan lands a 2-man, but they're going to force the cleanse out of both the AD carries. Hope moving forward, flash for flash. Oh, they want it to be their own engages, and that's going to be Doggo falling down. Baolan flashes away just to save his own hide, but we talked about how both these AD carries can be their own engages, and they tried to do just that.
Hope just knew, he predicted the flash from Doggo and perfectly dodges with his own flash, and that does mean a kill into the hands of the AD carry of WE. Players across all around the map. We did expect the two junglers to be pathing towards that top lane, which won't happen here, but Balan just lands a double stun with his W, as WE didn't really play with their strength as they have the range. But Doggo getting a little bit too greedy, and Hope reacts perfectly with this shuriken as well, so Doggo falls as a response. I mean, Xayah, you can't be getting too behind. Hope is definitely someone that can snowball off just these tiny leads as First Blood goes into his pockets.
A lot of summoners blown. It's just like Wandy left with his flash in that bot side, and WE, great start for them, getting this Aphelios ahead. And look, you are against two hyper-scaling AD carries. The Xayah and the Aphelios both do exceptionally well, but to get that extra early lead, it does mean that at the moment it is a difference between Boots and a Doran's Blade, comparatively to the High Noon Quiver. As we can see, everyone's kind of gathering around right now. I don't know if Ultra Prime want this, and a flash, but a flash is too late from Ning, and they're going to try and burn him down. They can't quite get Shanks to get the CC down. Moon Prison does not get comboed up, so it's only a slow onto Ching. But again, more and more summoners being blown as the LPL kind of faithful see a little bit of a bloodbath brewing. Both teams very willing and able to push forward and get some advantages, even if it costs some summoners.
I love this game already. Absolute chaos ensuing for the first 6 minutes, but we need to notice that Hung did go for the Hex Flash. No flash available for Ting.
He might be in a lot of trouble. He has no flash. He has nowhere to go. They want to donate this one over to the Shanks Rise Fund, and they will do just that. So despite Ultra Prime gaining control over the river, a great roam there from Bew means that WE come out with another kill.
We do see the replay of what happened just now with the Dragon Brawl, as this stun lands onto the rest of the team of W, so no follow-up from Hung flash engaging, as even Shanks did commit the flash, but he just comboed a little bit too slow, where Ning got out by the slightest of timing. But in the end, this Dragon is going to go into the hands of WE, and once again, I need to highlight that Hung has this Hex Flash available, which is something that we don't see very often. So it's very surprising, as it does spicing up the game just a little bit.
Again, more and more pressure coming in. The carries of WE getting some nice kills here. Very well kind of set up for themselves into this mid-game, which is exactly where they want to be. Harry getting some nice trade back in this top side, as he's been able to have a little bit of free time. Not a huge amount, but, you know, every little helps. There's Hope. You know what? I'm gonna put that in the camera
just shouldn't be put on the screen. Sometimes you just miss out on that.
I was gonna say I put that in the category of you miss all the shots you don't take, and unfortunately you sometimes really miss the shots you do take. So a bit unfortunate there for Hope, but it was by himself. So even just having the ultimate there in general to sway and all in was nicely set up for him there. Now Ching knows that there's a Maokai around, so should just be fine to back himself away. Wandy shows himself on the wave as well, as both teams now starting to prioritize their setup and their vision around this this Baron Pit, which is housing the Rift Herald. So, bit of a late back from Hope. He will be late to this party and has no Moonlight Vigil. Remember, he didn't whiff it in that bot side. How could we forget? And now we wait to see where both these teams want to go.
Yeah, we need to also really remind the audience that Hung has successfully reached level 6 without dying once in his own jungle, so that is an overall massive dub for the side of WE. Now Herald is going to get threatened, but with the Maokai ultimate available, it is just so much CC, as BB is going to rotate early. He is going to sack another wave just in case they really want to secure this. Balan has the flash available very soon, so W need to play very carefully with their positioning.
Yeah, no flash on Ning, so no flash kick to be had right now. There's the ultimate. Oh, it's perfect. It's catching onto everybody. Shanks will fall, but so does the Annie, as you can see there. Look at Hope. He's untouched. He's just burning through these health bars. Eventually, they turn them back around. The Unleashed power was good enough for 1 kill to trade back, but a 1-for-1, and the Rift Herald goes in favor of WE. And this is just kind of seeing similar signs that we've seen from WE. They get a lead, and they are able to kind of keep pushing, keep gaining momentum, and keep putting down pressure on Ultra Prime.
And once you give that lead to Hope, they are going to snowball that tiny lead into something huge in the gold graphs. A 2-for-1 trade in the very end where this Maokai ultimate just put in so much work, and Ultra Prime weren't able to kite around it and fell as a victim. With the flashes available, however, so it just wasn't really a fight that you wanted to take because you didn't have prior setup. That's something that's so good about Maokai, where once you do have the original control, well, you can't really walk in, as you also have the saplings to play around from the dot bush. We're gonna see this replay once again. The stun does land from Shanks where he dies instantly, but not Zeri, but Ning jumps in as well, and he gets focused down instantly, and he also doesn't die, but the Herald in the end still goes into the hands of WE. We're at the scoreline 5-1 now, and Doggo trying to scrap up some returning plates as Hope got 4.
I mean, the scary thing about that whole play is, you mentioned, of course, the kill going over to Hope, but also not only that, but as we see maybe a bit of an engage. Iwandi's on the flank right now. This is the flanking Lulu is the dangerous one. Doggo will have flash available if he wants to use it, but he doesn't have it. Doesn't have to use it just yet. I was going to say the AD carries being their own initiation tools right now, as Hope is using that Gravitum to very good effect. It's twice now we've seen almost summoners burned here on this bot side because of Hope having great usage of that ultimate.
We did see the flanking Lulu trying her best, but unfortunately not enough, as Hope does get the bottom lane of Ultra Prime pretty low.
Here we go.
Hung is also going to continue by ulting here, but Ning is just here to block that ultimate and really diffuse this dive, just in case. We do have the Realm of available from Shanks, so if this play, and they want to continue it, could potentially be a 4v3.
Mayhaps. There's more plates gonna be in the call right now, and honestly this is great for WE because not only are you kind of forcing Ning to just kind of babysit this bot side, but he's also, one, taking experience, and two, he's not affecting any of the other maps. As we have a little bit of a replay here. I think it's actually just oh wait, this is the kill. Wait, when did that happen?
Ning
when did that kill happen? I did notice we came back to 1 and 5 rather than 1 and 4, but BB was bot side and he got himself a kill. He's now 2-0 and 2.
BB
I didn't
is
even
the
notice
jungler.
that.
He has 4 KP out of 5, and Hope picking up another play in this bottom lane. This Aphelios is getting ridiculously strong once he backs. I mean, the dragon is going to be spawning in 10 seconds. The Aphelios hasn't backed and reset just quite yet with the amount of gold he's collected, so Xayah is going to have that Gale Force advantage. So W need to remember this, as the ADC is lacking in terms of mythic items.
I mean, just such good control right now from WE, and I'm loving the aggressive pathing we're seeing out from BuBu as well. I'm loving the fact that he's going out saying, cool, I know where I need to go, I know where I need to be, I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna win against this Jack, so there's no real reason for me to try. I'm just gonna try and make advantages elsewhere. And speaking of advantages elsewhere, that's the second Drake now coming over to WE, because they have total control over this bot side. It is a 3,000 gold lead. A lot of that belongs to that top lane and mid lane combination between CS and kills. There's a fair chunk of gold now between these solo laners.
It is so scary to see an Aphelios and Rise bottom side to be getting these dragons online early, because that's something you don't expect with the Annie and Lee Sin for this Game 1 draft. You would expect this, but in the favor of Ultra Prime. So there are now 2 dragons down, also around that 3k gold lead. I mean, Ching is going to try and push in this wave, but he doesn't know Hung is behind him.
Oh, he does now. Now he knows the rest of the team are coming in. Ching may have to use his flash here to try and get over the wall.
Where
he does, and he has got a blast going. I don't know where he's going to go.
TP?
Far, far away. He does have a TP and should be able to keep himself up and alive. So does lose both his summoners, but gets himself out to safety. So important to note there that WE did make a move on the bot side. It meant that the Dominus had to be popped in the top lane, but doesn't mean anyone goes down. And again, more and more pressure coming out. Great kind of usage of the fact that you have got Hope to be able to kind of push in this mid lane, make sure that doesn't take any more damage. And honestly, I think Shanks has got this bot lane no problem.
Yeah, the great thing about that play for the side of WE is that no one actually died on the other side. They didn't really lose too much, although hard forcing it with the Realm Orb and of course the roots from Maokai. Shanks also picks up this tier 1 bottom tier tower, which does open up the map a lot more and apply side lane pressure. This is exactly what we want from a Rise, where you want to be proactive with the Realm Orb, making plays on the side lane. Definitely want to be cheating tempo, as Hope just safely scales in this middle lane with that cleanse available as well.
Oh. As the ultimate's coming out, just to do a little bit of damage there. Doggo will get CC'd up and takes another chunk of health onto him. Baolan with the extra bit of shielding to save him from a little bit of that fate. But again, great work here from WE. They're dictating where and when everything is happening. It's very much a response, you would imagine, from Ultra Prime, as they're being reactive. They're really trying to see if they can be a bit more... I would love to see them be a bit more aggressive, but it's hard against this composition. Very hard to run into things like a Maokai, a Rise, or an Ekton. They just have so many ways of dealing with you, and you just can't really risk that kind of, all-in engage if you know it's not going to 100% work out for you.
Yeah, it really is tough, especially with the Annie support being locked in first for the side of Ultra Prime here on out, as we really just expect this Annie to be flashing off cooldown every time she does have the Tibbers available and get those picks one by one. However, this early game, very quiet performance from the bottom lane of Ultra Prime, trying to look for at least some vision as his Herald is spawning, but every ultimate online, cleanses are available, but Xing does not have his flash, so he has to be playing extra carefully.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing right now. We're going to see a TP that's going to go straight in onto the mid lane, or just above it, as we can see BuBu finally joins in. Has got almost a full rage bar. Top lane goes down in favor of WE, as Ultra Prime are losing their advantages right now. There's going to be a good ultimate coming in. They're trying to burn down on the Baolan, and he goes down. Ning can't really find the engage. Doggo trying to put down the feathers, but he's still not quite got the damage. Remember, he's still only one item. Would love to be on that second one. The Navori Quick Blades just adds in so much power as BuBu. Oh, we're going to see Harry trying to jump in on the backside here. Jumps on the Hope, but it's actually the Syndra who falls without a flash, without a Hope. And without a prayer, Iwandi is sacrificed as he gave his life to make sure that Hope could survive. Now BuBu and Shanks just kind of being corralled away. The health bars are definitely in favor of Ultra Prime right now. And with Baolan coming in as well, you can see the wave clear is fantastic from Shanks, even this late in the game. BuBu moves forward, as you can see Harry trying to see if he can make something work. But look at the damage! Shanks almost takes him out. Never mind, he does take him out. And now they're going to try to see Hang moving forward. Nearly gets the kill, but ends up paying for it with his life. Doggo stays alive with an extra little bit of shielding from the Annie. It ends up being a very scrappy affair, but all in all, it is WE who are still coming out on top.
That was a 1 minute fight, Oshin. Baolan got instantly killed from the Maokai ultimate, just suffocating the side of Ultra Prime. He walked back and the fight was still happening in the mid lane, where Hope realized that this fight was not stopping, so he had to rejoin. But Harry desperately trying to get his hands on some extra kills, but he just wasn't able, as Holmes defused that immediately. This Maokai ultimate is just so oppressive when it comes to these major objective fights, as everyone was just dying in the chokes, where even the Graviton was used as Baolan flashes as defensively and dies, but you're just so squishy as that Annie support. Harry also finding really good stun angles onto the backline of WE, but this was just a trade onto the Lulu, while your Syndra died without that flash available from early on. And in the end, it's still WE having that Herald, having all these kills online, and Hope still staying deathless.
We come back 10 seconds till the Dragon, so we're going to have another fight. But this time around, look at all those summoners. Everyone except for Ching has not got a flash. The only reason Ching has his because he lost it beforehand, so didn't have it to use effectively as we come back into live. And now could see another engagement coming in. You haven't got everything stacked up here onto Shanks. He's still waiting for his Seraphs. He's still waiting for his fully set up Rod of Ages, so not in the most ideal of positions in terms of the potential he could have. But nevertheless, both teams start to push their way forward into this river, and I feel like for Ultra Prime, you need this Dragon. You need to stop the Hextech Soul point from going over, because of the next fight, I don't think you can.
But Hope's weapon is so good. The green and white, so if he's able to really kite out the side of Ultra Prime.
Oh, Harry.
Harry trying to look for a flank onto Shanks.
Yeah, they're looking for a flank on the Shanks, but BuBu actually gets knocked up by the Dragon. He popped his Dominus, which meant he couldn't do anything, but Ning has been caught, and Shanks is dealing with 4 members of Ultra Prime. He's just pushing them away, saying, you cannot kill me. There's just no way you can get that kind of value without Ning as well. This is guaranteed to be sole point now for the side of WE, and that was so weirdly chaotic. It was a comedy of errors, but it's still WE who come out on top.
4,300 damage dealt by this Ryze in the matter of seconds. This is quite literally the first time I've ever seen a Ryze pick being utilized so perfectly, as he is tossing out that damage with only 2 items. Nothing offensive, only defensive. But in the hands of Shanks, it just looks like a completely different champion, and they're just suffocating the side of Ultra Prime as they're desperately trying to get their hands onto this lonely Ryze that was running by himself. But without the amount of damage, and just look at Shanks playing Ultra Prime into his own hands. He doesn't also die with the Sarah's shield coming in as well. Just not enough damage from Doggo. And this third dragon in the hands of WE with a scaling composition. Ultra Prime definitely feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Shank's extraordinarily fortunate. I believe his Seraphs upgraded as he was hitting the last combination or two. So it was still stacking until that dragon fight. So yeah, absolutely 100% calculated. But you know, that is how the cookie crumbles. You got to be very aware, because again, that's not a hidden stat. That's not a timer that you have to time. You can see the stacks yourself on the scoreboard. So Ultra Prime calculating it, but miscalculating which values they needed. And now WE with 3 dragons, 5,000 gold in the lead. They are starting to smell victory in their sights. And look, they need this as well. They don't only do they need the W, but being on the kind of 9th to 12th scale of the playoffs kind of standings, they need game wins. They need to make sure they're not just dropping to a single, 2-1s or anything like that. And anytime they do lose, they need to make sure it's a 1-2, because they're sitting at -7 right now in the standings. So they are still very much going to be forcing themselves to try and catch up with the likes of Billy, RNG, on the +1s and -3s of the kind of composition, because even if it comes down to the later stages in the tournament, in the later stage of the split, those game differences can make the difference.
Yeah, Ultra Prime on a 6-game loss streak where they haven't found a single series win just quite yet. They do have some of the messiest games when we do approach the LPL games, as they just struggle to clean out the later stages. And it's all up to Doggo, honestly. Once Doggo is given something that is a hyper carry that is going to scale, Shank's going to get interrupted here.
Yeah, but Ning... Oh no!
1D, buddy.
I thought maybe Heng was able to get the flash over the wall. They could have, gotten the twisted advance off, but wasn't to be, and that means that Ning ends up keeping his flash and his life. Also stops the Realm War from happening up towards that top side, and now the amount of pressure they've put in towards that top lane, mid lane is under siege. They don't know if they're going to be able to fully confirm it just yet. Should see a Maokai ultimate to really stop anybody from gaining anything else from this. Put a TP on the back end of this fight. There's going to be the ultimate there. It only lands onto Ning, who does not have his kick just yet. He's still waiting for it. Ning is so low. But a flash forward. They're going to catch the power land and immediately jump onto Dogger, who has to flash away. Straight off the bat, it is only 1 kill, but look at the summoners that had to be burned. Great heads-up play there from WE.
This is so scary. You're just walking with the dark alleyway and you turn the corner and you see Bubu just lurking with that TP flank play. Now it's going to be the Baron into the hands of WE. Just very successful skirmishes, as they always get 1 pick. Balen on this Annie is not working out very well, as you have to be the proactive players. You have to be the aggressors. But if you play into the hands of WE, I mean, this is the game state now.
This is the game state, and it's not a pretty one if you're an Ultra Prime fan. Oh, look at this one there, because again, they look to try and get the turret. You're never going to get that in a million years, and I just don't see the reason why you want to try and go for this. You haven't cleared out your jungle, and yeah, great flank.
Ning was just 1 HP, and BB just shreds everyone in the backside of Ultra Prime. Definitely very tough game state, as no one does damage to these frontliners of WE, and Hung having an excellent game on the Maokai, definitely getting stuff done on the map. Also Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. No ultimate, no flash from Doggo. Definitely going to be very tough. Balen also not having those summoners means he has to play a little bit defensive.
I mean, no anything for Doggo. Even the Gale Force still on cooldown. He might just have it back up by the time this Dragon starts, but the stopwatch picked up here by Ching means that he knows that this next fight could be the final and most decisive. If you give over a Hex Soul this early, 24 minutes into the game, I just don't see how you can come back from that. Shanks already building up towards his 3rd item in this game. You have got the Void Staff, so again, Ching has got significant damage if he can land it on the right target. It has to be on the hope, but when you've got something like a Lulu to hand, it just becomes so much more difficult to make that damage stick.
Yeah, most definitely. Also with the cleanse available for Hope, it's definitely going to be very tough as Harry has had an excellent game so far, no deaths, but when you are put in a situation where it is going to be the Hextech Soul being pressured by WTP from Harry.
BuBu though on a flank, they don't want the dragon, they want the fight. They know they want the fight, and they've caught everyone like spiders waiting for flies to walk into their web. They have pounced straight away, and it's just a massacre right now. Shanks cleans up the AD carry. Harry trying to run away as best he can, but you shall not escape. You shall be beaten down by the tree, and that is a full, clean 8th for WE and the Hex Soul.
A 5-for-0 trade and the Hextech Soul in the hands of WE. Now Shanks level 15. Hope also 2 items up. Oh, not 2, but 1. This map state, I mean, they're just gonna pressure the towers of Ultra Prime. That was their last chance to find a successful fight, as Harry was the last standing hero, but even he fell as a result. And this game, 3-15, 10k gold lead. I don't know what Ultra Prime can do to come back, but all of the replay is just BuBu finding these beautiful flanks onto the enemy team. Or even Shanks joins in for the party, but all these AoE damage from the side of WE just meant no one on Ultra Prime could really tank anything, as everyone just instantly got so low, and there's just no hope as you are 2 behind in items now.
I mean, it's just so difficult now for Ultra Prime. I don't see this game lasting much longer. They may not lose on this push, but against the Hex Soul, Baron is just going to wear off now in 5 seconds as he gets 4,500 gold off of this Baron power play. Is Hang, he wants to end the game now. He gets kicked back. Nice little sidesteps there for my 1D and Shanks, but 3 items now onto the rise. He is firmly in control of where he is and what he can do. Very difficult. Look at his health bar. He has more health than the Renekton right now. He is just so tanky just to be able to stand in front of people and just put out insane amounts of DPS.
We love Roa meta, but despite that, Harry's still trying to apply some side lane pressure when it is looking a little bit tough as you don't win the 5v5, so it's your last standing hope. The TP not available for the Jax either, so Ultra Prime really need to play carefully as they allow Harry to scale into these side lanes. I mean, I think Ultra Prime, they were just way too overstepped in some of those situations, not allowing Harry to have a free side as they played into the hands of WE, and that really resulted in all this gold lead from the early game.
Look, you're going to need more than a Hail Mary or 2 to bring this one back for yourselves as Ultra Prime. But Ning, he's looking for it right now. Puts himself long down field, but without a flash available, there's going to be it. They're going to catch out onto the AD carry, and Hope is dead. There is going to be Shanks TPing in immediately, already putting down serious work on the Baolan, and there's 2 kills. Look, I'm saying that miracles aren't a common thing, but sometimes they can happen, and Ultra Prime find themselves 2 very swift kills. I feel like they didn't need to TP Shanks in there at all.
Yeah, Shanks definitely instant regret button after he TP'd in, even tried ulting out, just trying to undo the actions that he's just... Oh, Balan died to a W. I mean, Lulu Q.
Oh,
definitely.
and the tower, yeah.
The tower also
and that's a change of the setup. Now BuBu with the dominance, trying to see if he can catch. There's 2 people caught, though. And immediately Ching has to use that stopwatch, not able to get himself away as BuBu starts to tear through everybody else. Doggo, you have nowhere to go. You've got flash, but is it really worth it? He says no. Double kill goes over to BuBu, and what could have been a nice little opportunity for Ultra Prime to scale out the game, maybe even look for something with the, you know, with the scaling Jax, is just completely shut down.
They got so desperate after a winning fight for the side of Ultra Prime, where they forgot that BuBu wasn't matching the Jax in the side, as was in fact trying to force something in the middle play, and that is going to end up as a 3-for-0 as Balan did get executed by the tower earlier, but that does also mean the Baron spawning in 20 seconds. This inhibitor falls, you most likely have to be just clearing out the minions and looking for that mid priority. But Harry's still trying his little heart out to get to that level 16. He is already level 16 now. Hopefully we get some bonks in soon.
I mean, he needs a 3rd item. You can see him got a Hearthstone. He's got the makings of what I imagine is a Frozen Heart. He's trying his hardest right now to make sure he can do it. I will say, you are 3 items now on the Ching, so despite losing the stopwatch in the last one, has his Zhonya's to fully replenish it, and 3.5 items onto the Zaya. So there is a world in which the Ultra Prime team fight can come together, but you are very much relying on Baolan with a Flash Tibbers onto multi-man WE. That's what you need right now, and it's so difficult. We talked about how WE's draft just lends itself for kiting backwards. The Lulu, the Maokai, the Rise, so many ways of just kind of pushing it back as Ning loses about half his HP from a Q combo of Hope. Biu is looking for a flank, hasn't been spotted out just yet, and is just going to go back down towards the bot side. And despite Harry kind of having the side lane pressure and definitely in the advantage in that regard, 5-0-6 in this Renekton makes him so much scarier now. Baron has been started. It looks like they're going to try and burn this one down, and burn it down they will. They're looking to see if they can get anything. No real vision right now. Now they know what's been going on, but Shanks is on a flank. Shanks does have flash. He may look to try and flash into someone else. TP for TP. They're trying to get it away now as everyone kind of joins in. Again, look at the poke coming out from this Hex Soul. It's just giving so much more value to the side of WE, and they've got the inside track. You can see Ultra Prime, they're unsure as to what they want to do. Hang has to flash away just in case he maybe got caught out there, but you may lose the game. They have to use the Hex Straits, but they can't because they just got stopped by a Sapling. Now they can jump straight onto Doggo, who is the only one to get it. Now the rest of his team is trying to jump in onto this. Shanks gets himself over the wall and he kills off the AD carry. It's all over the place right now, Kitty. It's completely separated. It's completely and utterly done for the side of Ultra Prime. You don't have your AD carry. You don't have a chance in hell. And it's another clean ace as WE's pressure just proves too much.
A 4v5 while Hope gets the middle inhibitor as the fight collapses for the side of Ultra Prime, desperately trying to find an angle for at least a pick, but WE knew this exactly, and they are going to just play Ultra Prime and end this game one into their favor. An excellent early game as they never dropped a single misplay other than, you know, Shanks doing the undo button from that round one.
We'll allow one. Everyone gets one. But yeah, great control here from WE. And this is a kind of a team that kind of a similar mindset to me as OMG earlier, is that they are a team that has kept the majority of their rosters most of the time. This particular year, they obviously made quite a few changes coming into this to this split. But you're looking at Shanks, you're looking at Biu. This team is kind of coming together and trying to make sure the best they can. And even like the likes of Hope and Iwandi, they are two players that we have seen on, like, you know, much higher up rosters in previous splits. So hot one day, cold the next. Today looks like they're running hot and they are looking fantastic. Ultra Prime were never given an opportunity. Ultra Prime just never had an opportunity to do anything.
We flipped the coin, and today we're on heads for WE, especially for the solo laners of BB and Shanks. I think they had an excellent early game, especially with BB consistently getting pressured by Harry's Jax. It didn't matter because he was the roaming top laner coming into this game one. He found ways and found kills to get his advantage back into his own hands. I mean, even Hope, he did play extremely well in those team fights, but Shanks, his rise was just on another level. An unkillable Demon King tossing out so much damage. I'm so interested in just seeing the damage graphs coming into this game one because I think he topped it.
I mean, he had to, right? There's no way you can do that much zoning control versus 4 people and not come out with the most damage in the team. We'll have to wait and see, though. I will say that the Hope was able to do a fair bit on his own as well, so plenty to kind of look into that. But again, this is a WE that does feel like when it's on their day, they can just play the way they need to play. There was a couple of small mistakes, sure, but I think that was more them kind of saying, look, we're miles ahead, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, there's your Shanks Grass. I will say he only just wins the most, actually just loses the most damage. It was Biu. Yeah, Biu on the flanks was able to get more down.
BB doesn't care. He's just flashing in and Wing everyone, and he is getting so much AoE damage down. But just the overall damage graph for the side of W, way too much for Ultra Prime to handle, especially when you are looking to get your champions into the late game. I mean, you are just bleeding out as Doggo made that crucial mistake in the 2v2, setting him slightly behind and also burning a lot of those summoners. But back onto this Annie, I think it just wasn't proactive enough. Annie is very broken for a reason, and that's because you have a guaranteed engage pretty much every 5 minutes, maybe even 4 minutes 30 due to haste. But we just didn't see that from Baolan, and it's something that they should go back into the drafting boards and really consider for this game too.
Yeah, it just felt like Ultra Prime were always playing reactively. They weren't really in a position to force the issue or get themselves kind of flash in on top of Hope, or and again, I just feel like the draft, you built yourself a team that wants to try and jump in, as we do get Bubu as our player of the game, MVP for game number 1. Honestly, totally deserved. His flanks and his just random roams out of top lane, kind of just admitting, yeah, look, I'm going to fall down to the Jax. There's no real reason for me to go even. I need to find advantages elsewhere, and it worked beautifully for him and his team.
Got a kill onto Qing, he got a kill onto Ning. In the bottom river, might I add. He was just everywhere.
Yep.
He was living in the waters of Ultra Prime, and he definitely deserved that MVP, as he did also top damage charts as a Renekton, something that we don't see very often in the current meta, as you had a Fed Aphelios, you had a Fed Rise, which also had their items online, so giving this one to you, Bubu.
Yeah, it was definitely a good setup here for the side of WE, as we're going to go straight. No breaks. No breaks, kitty. Nope. It's an Oshin day. No breaks. We all got to jump straight back into it, as we're going to see the picks and bans for game number 2, which I do believe we are still a little bit behind, but we are going to try our best to catch up for it. If it does go to game 3, I think we should just be able to catch up to live. But again, the Aphelios gets locked in here. Silas this time around for WE. And look, we talked about the Rise of the Silas matchup. It's currently 1-7. This may be 1-8, because honestly, it just feel like the Silas just does so much to counter what the Rise wants to do.
Yeah, Shanks is definitely in form for this series up against Ultra Prime, as we kind of switched the mid-jungle duo, Maokai Rise in the hands of Ultra Prime this time, so we really need to see them if they can recreate the early lead that W was able to have in that game 1. However, we need to look at the top lane, another wet noodle fight, the Cassante and the Sam, but I already said that I much prefer the Sam matchup into Cassante, because once you do get to those team fights, Cassante is still killable. His ultimate was nerfed, where you lose 85% of your resistance once you do pop it, so it's going to be really tough, as Harry needs to play perfectly. But Caitlyn and Lux getting locked in for this game 2, already signaling that Ultra Prime needs to play bot lane. They need to get Doggo ahead, but Hope knows that. Hope and WE is going to shut down Doggo as much as they can.
Absolutely. I love how we kind of bring it up and kind of say that this is more about WE making mistakes than it is Ultra Prime kind of finding the advantages, because look, at the end of the day, you're looking at what is just huge amounts of engage. I will say, if Ultra Prime can get this bot lane going, get a couple of early kills, it can definitely mean the world for the side of Ultra Prime. But if this falls behind, it will still be relevant later on in the game, but it's definitely not going to be as relevant as something like an Annie and an Aphelios. So curious to see how that kind of bot lane matchup ends up working off. But for the moment, it is looking like it is just going to be Ultra Prime just clearing out some of this vision, giving a little bit more XP to everybody involved, and then backing themselves away. But for the moment, it is just WE taking their time, knowing they don't need to make any mistakes in the early game.
I don't know why, when I do see a Sound sitting in the enemy jungle and looking so aggressive towards that blue buff, it just throws me back to when LPL had it twice this split, where the top lane and the bottom lane would switch lanes, and Sound would die to the buff as he secures the triple buff away from the enemy team, and it was definitely very cursed and creative, to say the least. Very glad that we don't see this for game 1, but I was very interested in seeing Ultra Prime also trying to force something in that level 1, as they did gain the vision control. You definitely want those flashes offline as soon as possible to allow Ning to really guarantee those kills onto Doggo's hands.
We'll come straight back in, see how both these I mean, I was going to say, this could be a level 2 gank bot. This could be an immediate marker. I want he could flash in and get himself the CC. They're not even going to bother with the flash. They know they can catch out Baolan immediately. He does get the heal off and the flashes, but already all summoners are basically down in this bot side. Cleanse, sure, for Doggo, but it's just such a smart play here from WE. And this is honestly something we saw from so many players when Caitlyn Lux became prevalent last year before Worlds, is that you just got to fight it. You just got to go in and immediately make sure that they can't have the pressure they want.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be the Lee Sin versus Maokai matchup once again, where he is so aggressive, hung on this Lee Sin, burning both summoners from Ultra Prime. Can't ever push up whatever, since you don't have the vision control. Ning trying to get something as, I guess, a return, since your bottom lane is now flashless. Ning isn't going to get anyone, however, as Hung has reset and going towards his red buff, but WE not going to get tower dove either, so it's going to be an overall dub for the side of WE.
Don't speak too soon. Might see a tower dive coming in now. There's going to be 4 people here. They want to make sure this Lux and Caitlyn can work. WE 2v4. There's a great double light binding. Gets immediately cleansed. There's a TP coming out here from Shanks as he finds himself now in the bot side. Very scary start for both these bot laners. But at the end of it all, still an advantage for WE. But the TP burnt by Shanks is going to hurt him in mid.
They're gonna spot Shanks, but I don't think they have the damage to kill a full health Sylas. I think that dive, if the bottom lane of Ultra Prime weren't literally 1 HP, it would have gone a lot more aggressive and probably resulted in a kill. Unfortunately, with Hung visiting them early, does mean that the play is going to die and Hung is going to also secure the Scuttle Crab in the top side. But this bottom lane is so important for the side of Ultra Prime because look at your top side, Cassante, Maokai, and Ryze. They pretty much do very less damage until you hit those 3 item spikes. However, in the hands of Shanks, we saw him doing damage at 2 items, so I don't know how... Maybe he's just the magician. I'm not too sure. But this time around, Sylas in Shanks' hand, and I think with the form that he showed up in that game 1, you have to play very smartly, and you have to get your doggo online for this Caitlyn, or she's just gonna get smacked by Shanks.
I mean, for sure. I think I love the idea of whenever Shanks picks in Ryze, I'm going to start calling him the Magician. I'm just going to make that stick in my own head of just kind of like, he's now the Magician, and no one will have context. Only you and maybe a handful of people watching right now will understand why I'm calling him the Magician. But we do see a little bit more pressure being coming out now from the junglers in this bot side as they look to try and maybe make a little bit more happen. Hang is not done here, though. He wants to see if Gravitum will be enough to maybe make this one work. This is a wave is pushing forward. The light binding is not exactly a flash in, and immediately the CC is down. First blood to WE. Iwandi kept it close to his chest, but he knew exactly what he needed to do.
And the wave is still terrible for Doggo, where it's just going to be forever frozen. No flashes available for the side of Ultra Prime's bot lane. It is going to get cleared out for Hope, but first blood in the hands of Hung. Very proactive on this Lee Sin, and definitely something that we've been looking forward to for the second series.
Yeah, it looks like Hope wants to immediately back away right now. That's why he was going for the... Could have definitely went for the freeze, but decided I need a recall just instead. But again, this is just simple execution.
Simple execution and exactly what we want from an Annie. Just flash in. You know the enemy team doesn't have those flashes available. Doggo did have the cleanse in his pockets, but Balhan as a support Lux not as lucky. So the the kill is going to go into the hands of Hung as Lux Caitlyn. If you're this behind, I mean, she's not behind just quite yet. I'm going to give them a chance, as these dragons, I mean, they're still looking like in the favor of Ultra Prime, as Lux is trying to get some vision control. But we did mention the Ryze with the Realm Warp. He is able to make a lot of those proactive plays with his ultimate.
And that's what we want to see. I think it's what we want to kind of have come out. The all-out comes out in the top lane. BuBu takes a fair chunk of damage, but he's still a Scion with some biscuits, so he should be fine. But yeah, I mean, the way you kind of mentioned it is that, like, when we saw the Ryze on Shanks, it is one of his best champions to date. He has been known for this champion for so long that he just knows how to use that tempo and really put down that pressure. Haven't really seen it from some of our newer mid lane. Excuse me, as Ching kind of puts himself in a bit of an unenviable position where he's already reset. He's not in a position to make this one work. Ning now seeing if he can get caught out. They're going to go straight in. Oh, not even get the kill on BuBu. Now Harry in a lot of trouble. Not quite got flashed, but not going to be caught out just either. BuBu keeps himself just about alive. And that's going to be another kill to WE.
There's no way Hung just takes Ning's lunch money 2 games in a row, right? There's just no way. Already 2 kills in the hands of this Lee Sin. Herald spawning in 50 seconds. I mean, the flash once again burnt by the Maokai and resulted in death. As Hung once again walking towards that bot side very menacingly. Hung just not allowing Ning to have any fun on the map, as he is that duelist forcing plays in the early game. Maokai doesn't have his items online just quite. Instant ult to the face from BuBu, and he is just way too squishy to survive any 2v2s in the current stage of this game. Shanks also committing some flashes, but that's not going to result in anything. But this wave, flashes are available for Ultra Prime's bottom lane, but Iwandi looking very thirsty for another kill as Hung is hovering around the side.
Hung is hovering, making sure his bot lane is a-okay, but just gotta say, huge games screaming out here from the WE jungler as well, because he's just been able to be in the right place at the right time, and having things like the Lee Sin back in the meta just shows you like why it's so coveted, why it's so respected in so many ways, because it is just a thing where you're able to kind of be a bit more aggressive. You're able to turn around those fights in topside where BioBio should be going down. He 100% should be dying. But because you got the extra damage, because you got a champion that can make things work, as we can see Hope kind of go in onto Ning. But again, like I said, you know, Ning kind of moves forward. He doesn't really want to fully engage on that because he knows he doesn't have the damage. He's only sitting on boots.
Sitting on a boots and a tiny cloth armor.
Wait,
the dragon is going to get started here. Which ward?
How does that ward not... you'll see it
What?
there. Neither ward sees the other ward. So WE are in full knowledge that this is happening.
He doesn't
know. And I don't think
know.
Ning's going to be able to take this. He doesn't know there's a ward. He's going to assume that they don't know. But that is... What? That is incredible. And thank you for the leash. WE are going to say thank you for this dragon. 9% resistances are going to go our way unless you really want to try and hard force this. Here we go. Realm Warp to put the Rise back with his team. There's a cleanse immediately. The Light Binding lands down onto Shanks. His Hope takes about half his HP. Ching trying to put in work right now as there's going to be the stolen ultimate. Not able to get kicked away, and the steal comes in. A 1 for none as WE do keep themselves unkilled in this game, but a good steal by Ultra Prime keeps them relative in the objectives.
But what does that mean? WE is just going to rotate towards this Herald and get that for free, as now your Maokai doesn't have his ultimate available, so he can't force you off any play. BioBio does have the TP available, so he is going to... I mean, he didn't get forced out of lane at all, so this is just going to be a Herald going to the hands of WE. 1 kill, 1 Herald, although they lost the Dragon 50-50 flip. I'm still very happy, or WE very happy with the game state, as they are rotating everyone towards this top side, even the bottom lane. So it is going to be a numbers advantage, Oshin.
It's going to be a numbers advantage pretty much all exclusively to WE. We are going to see them now look for a little bit of an engage. Ning getting jumped on here. No flash, which means he is dead. Hing picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Now Harry, great usage of the all-out, brings himself and BioBio away from the rest of WE. And the Rift Herald shall be started again. But now WE are on this top side. They can get the Rift Herald. They can drop down some plates. There's a lot they can do here. But for Ultra Prime, they are gaining on the bot side. They're getting a lot of free time for this Caitlyn. She's building up a CS lead.
Oshin, we assumed this series was going to go to a 3-game, but with how WE is really showing up tonight, I don't think it's going to go to that 3rd, because Hung is playing out of his mind. Although loses the 50-50 smite here, they instantly delete the Maokai from the game and just kick into Maokai from the Silas. He is gone. Ultra Prime can't really follow up after their front line is dead. Now even the top side, Ning dying once again!
Yeah, you mentioned dead, and unfortunately
oh no,
the Elders heard you. There's going to be a TP coming in here from Ching. Should be able to clear out the wave once he gets there, so no second plate to be taken. Nope, never mind. There is a Shelly to come down, or Shirley to come down and try to do this. So you got 2 massive minions here with Tibbers and Shirley, as the rest of WE can't push in. They would love to get this 4th plate, but bit risky to kind of make that one happen, especially when you're looking for a play on the bottom side. Doggo in a lot of hurt if he gets caught out, immediately flashes away. Stolen away ace in the hole means that Baolan actually gets caught out here, and he's going to be taken out almost certainly. Just have to flash away. Doggo ends up walking straight as he ends up being the target of that ace in the hole, but Shanks has been doing so much between this game and the last and really putting himself forward. This is the Shanks I remember from 2021 summer, the one that almost made it to Worlds. It was a meta that suited him, but my God, was it really, really definitely, you know, kind of this kind of play that brought him to light on this WE roster.
And he's definitely showing that in this series in particular, where Shanks is just making another play on the other side of the map as Ultra Prime Jungler falls for a 4th time. All the ultimates burn onto BioBio here. That really explains his health bar. Shanks realizes this and rotates as he burns both flashes from the bottom lane of Ultra Prime. Also, my apologies for screaming. It's just very sad to see Maokai, Ning in particular, being 0-for-0. As this map state, I mean, sometimes it is just purely up to the jungle and how they set up the tempo, and I think Hung has done that beautifully, where it is just enabling Shanks to make other plays on the map because they are so ahead in terms of macro.
So far ahead, and this Lee Sin is just getting to that massive mid-game skirmishing spike that we all know and love. Why so many junglers love to play him. He's such a fun champion in so many ways. Now Harry, see if he can maybe do something here against this Sion. Again, having a pretty decent time, 30 CS ahead, and CS leads across the board, you gotta be honest with you, for Ultra Prime. It's keeping them in tow, only about 1,500 gold behind, despite the 5 kills to none in favor of WE. Light Binding shouldn't have hit, but it did, because that's the way the hitbox works. And WE still trying to stack themselves up. They would love to have the Gale Force finished up here before any real next fight. 50 seconds to the next dragon, and again, more and more pressure. If Ning can get another steal, that's again more delaying here for the side of Ultra Prime. And honestly, despite the way the lane and bot side went, they still got the result they wanted, which is dragon stacking.
Yep, dragon stacking, although not all 5 plays in the hands of Doggo, barely ahead in CS. If we get rid of the jungle matchup, this game is relatively slow as we don't see a lot of kills happening. However, Hung does exist and he is out with an absolute menacing performance tonight, forcing Ting out of his own jungle. WE notices, Ultra Prime notices this and tries to stop that, but they have to force something while they see Hung showing in that mid lane.
Gotta force something. But for the moment, Ultra Prime aren't able to make anything work right now with the Rise being forced away from mid. That's a full wave loss to him. Now, pretty much full vision control around this dragon available to WE as they may look to try and go for something now. Shanks steals away the ultimate from the Maokai and looks to try and just burst him out so he is no longer a problem. Again, more and more power going over to the side of WE as we can see now we can use it as they did not realize they actually got Bo caught. They had flashed and no flashes I should say. They get caught straight away. The Tibbers comes down. It's 8 kills to none. 6-0-2 on this Lee Sin. Harry and Bubu are going to exchange some words about their teammates, but there is nothing you can do right now on the side. Oh, flash, cleanse, grab it up. No, not quite able to get it there. Good 90 caliber net to keep him alive. Hope doesn't really want to try and be a hero, so should just back themselves away while this is all happening. The two Wet Noodles are doing exactly that. Wet noodling on the top side. We will see a little bit of a movement coming in here. Shanks is here, looking to see if he can maybe catch out Harry, who pops out the ghost. So at the end of it all, both ultimates are exchanged. Dragon goes over to WE, and WE are 8-0 in this game.
A perfect game for this side of WE as they just catch Ning out of position in this tri-bush once again, and all these skills going, resources spent on the Maokai, but this return Maokai ultimate from Shanks is really the deal sealer as they flash into the CC. Lux not having the flash previously, also seeing flashing into it just means an extra 2 kills, and Doggo kind of just stares at them as he doesn't really have a way out. Although surviving the dive as WE didn't have the mana in their bottom lane, it's still such a tough situation to be a Caitlyn because you're up against something like the Caitlyn. You're up against something like the Sylas that will be in your face 24/7. I mean, you have to play with that space, but Hung on this Lee Sin, he's gonna kick ya and smack ya before this Herald spawns.
And now we get more fights happening. Ning in a lot of trouble. They land the Q and he follows it off, but he's still pretty damn tanky. Balan flashes, as does Shanks. Does not want to get caught by that light binding and immediately get taken away from his team. So more and more pressure coming out around this Rift Herald. More and more summoners being burned. But the end of it all is still WE coming out pretty much the favorite of all of these trades right now. And just constantly putting down pressure. And I'm loving that Shanks has updated his build on this Sylas as well. Normally we see the Sylas going towards the Rod of Ages. It's a slow burner. No, I can get more done if I get the stun down from this mythic. It's just so much more better of a situation where he knows if he can catch someone out and keep them CC'd in place, they're just dead.
Yeah, the chain CC from WE is quite insane if you do take a look at it. The Scion, the Lee Sin kick, also Annie in the hands of WE for this game too. Hope is just comfortably scaling with 6 assists in his KDA. Finally, the tier 1 tower of bottom lane is going to fall into the hands of Ting, but you are so behind in gold in terms of that jungle position. I mean, Radiant Virtue is going to be the first item for Ning, but realistically, you want to have those AP items online because the strong point of a Maokai jungle is playing around those saplings and really getting those roots onto the enemy team. But Shanks is pretty much a better version of you every time he steals that ultimate away from Ning.
Yeah. Also, Everfrost is the name of the item he has. I just completely blanked on it and could not remember what it was called, but has got the Everfrost now.
Twin Shadows?
Oh, Twin Shadows was great. build a first item on support immediately. Anytime you know wards, it was like, and Twin Shadows. Okay, not only do I know that there is an enemy jungler coming, yeah, it's like not only do I know that there's an enemy jungler coming, but I also slow them down so I can walk away, and it was great. I'm sad. There's so many items that got taken away from the game. Heart of Gold, gone a long time now. And Deathfire Grasp.
Unholy Chain. Is it Unholy Cup? I don't remember anymore.
Athene's Unholy Grail.
Ah, Athene's Unholy Cup. Yep.
Yeah. It's it was good kind of setups here. Speaking of setup, Ning has no flash, but they haven't really fully committed to this one here. The final spark comes out as Shelly gets to do her second favorite thing, which is bomb one more time. And that's just 1.5 turrets picked up here by the side of WE. And like you said, apart from 1 or 2 objectives, this has been an almost perfect game by WE. They're 8-0. Honestly, they should be 2 dragons up, but that's neither here nor there. And outside of that, they've given up 1 turret. I mean, that's pretty good going, especially when you're going into a composition that has the Rise and the K'Sante that want to be on side lane split push.
Yep, it is quite the unfortunate 50-50 flip as Hung missed it by the slightest, also having that smite available in his pockets. The tap did get taken away here though, so I'm assuming there is going to be some action. I lied, this is going to just be another dragon going to the hands of WE as they are setting it up very soon. Black Cleaver picked up for Hung as he is sitting on 2 items now, also 2 for the likes of Shanks. So you're going to look at this game and you're going to look at the KDAs and really wonder what went wrong here. Because you see the bottom lane, 006, 007. I don't know, I can't really pinpoint it, Oshin. What do you think?
It's a hard one to know. I think we'll leave the analyst to you. I'll let you kind of, you know, dwell over that for a while as we figure out what WE want to do next, because 4,000 gold up. Next dragon in 8 seconds, and this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I feel like Ultra Prime will not want to let WE get this one for free, because it does feel like it's just a slippery slope to allowing that soul to go over. Is an Ocean Soul, which is fantastic for something like a Lee Sin and a Scion. As we can see, Ning is taking more and more harassment here. It was great gun management here from Hope, really just kind of putting in some fantastic numbers here on this Aphelios and showing that he can be the engaged. And you know, maybe that 006 is something to do with the pure amount of engage he's been able to pull off with these Gravidoms. And yeah, it looks like Heng's going to be able to pick this one up for free. No real contest at all. And that's a 2-item Lee Sin. He's 6-0-2 and has the Black Cleaver already at 20 minutes. That is unheard of.
Yep, unheard of, as like you said, a near perfect game from the side of WE, and Hope is most definitely having a very fun time enjoying the Aphelios coming back into meta. But I'm just thinking of options where Ultra Prime can come back into the game, because realistically Doggo isn't too behind. He is still farming. He still has a Kraken working towards that IE, but Baron 50-50 flip may allow Ultra Prime to come back into the game. Hopefully WE isn't too silly about it and they do turn with the Gravitum.
Yeah, I was going to say that this could have been the moment here for Ultra Prime to break back some of this deficit, because it definitely is an unnecessary objective to try and fight over, especially with how powerful it can be. But I suppose there's no harm in checking every now and again. You would love to have your Jack show onto Bubu before you really look to try and get any fight, as you do have 2 items on your K'Sante, so he's doing exceptionally well. And the top laners have been honestly just so uninterested in how things have gone so far. It has really been just down to the junglers, and the difference between 6-0-2 and a 0-5 is night and day, as the Baron has been started. Doesn't go down exceptionally quickly, but red-white, let's fight. As that's what I imagine WE are looking to try and do. They flash in, get the Tivers down. They're trying to burn down Ning. He's almost dropped, but he cannot fall just yet. Harry nearly gets himself on top of the mid laner of WE, but now you can see Hope pushing in with all these chakrams. Double kill here. Flash forward by Bubu. He knows where his items can be, but he does not land a decimated smash, does not get the CC down. Great work here by WE. They never wanted the Baron in the first place. They just wanted to lure you in.
They baited Ultra Prime into that as a 3-for-0 trade. Now they're going to secure the Baron, but I1D just consistently looking for that flank, gets his hands onto Ning where he was 1 HP and he escapes by the bare tiniest bit of health, as BB is going to force them off this tier 1 tower just in case of any trades. WE definitely playing this game very calculated. They are not taking any risks, as we do know Baron flips do result into some comebacks for the enemy team, as they do have some insane scaling. However, Ting never going to find that angle, as it is still a 3-for-0, as I1D gets his hands onto Ning instantly. He gets kind of ping-ponged around here, and it's just a very terrible day to be this tree for tonight, as Balin gets rooted by Silas's ultimate and gets taken down. Hope having the time of his life, flashes in, DPS's everyone. So Oshin, now here's the question. Is WE really going to end the game without dying once?
I was hoping, I genuinely was hoping that we would come in and immediately someone was just getting killed. Just like immediately, and someone dies straight away. Well, speaking of someone dying, Heng does not get caught out by any CC just yet, so should just be fine. As we can see, Harry maybe looking to try and catch out this Annie. And oh my god! Almost like it was predicted coming into this one here. As soon as we start talking about this, it always ends up happening. But that one kill is not going to be enough. WE picking up plenty more where that came from. You gain one, we take two. And now Ultra Prime find themselves without their top laner or their jungler. Honestly, any of their front lines. So they're looking at pure skill shots to clear these waves.
And I1D falls as the first soldier into the hands of Ultra Prime, but now the Baron buff available. BB also pressuring the side lane without your main engage of the Maokai and the Cassante. It's going to be really tough trying to fight off WE, as even Doggo forces the cleanse out from the Gravitum stun. It is just looking so hard for Ultra Prime, as they are just getting squished in their own base. Even with Dragon spawning in 1 minute, they aren't going to be able to contest that. And TP coming out of Bubu, they are just going to force this mid lane tower to go down.
Yep, and that's 12,000 kills for Team WE as an organization within the LPL. A monstrous number from a team that used to be one of the best in the LPL, as we finally see maybe what could be the final fight. Here we go, Shanks goes forward. Oh, that Everfrost hit three people.
Ning?
And Ning not quite able to find himself in a great position, as Heng catches him out with the kick. And that is going to be WE taking over this fight. It's going to be WE taking over these side lanes. And WE taking a 2-0 in commanding fashion over Ultra Prime.
End the game, WE. Wrap it up, boys. Level 16 on Shanks as well. BB forcing the ultimate to take down these towers even faster, as Cassante Harry also falls as a result. Hope having red-white, just chopping them down. It doesn't matter too much. Ting 0-1 and 0, no KP whatsoever for this game too. An absolutely dominating performance out of WE for this series tonight, and they get away with a clean 2-0 to finish everything off.
From start to finish, WE were just in control. Ultra Prime never had an opportunity to make anything go against them. That brings WE. They were in 12th. It brings them up, I believe, to 11th. I think they're equal on series score with RNG, but they are behind in game score. I think RNG are on -3 and they should be on -5 if my maths is correct. But still, that's why we talked about the game scores being so important. We are getting to that point in the season now where you're looking at the likes of RNG, Team WE, RA, LGD, all on 5-7, 4-7 respectfully. And that's where these series are going to come into it. That's where these little differences are going to start making huge motions in how the table is actually shaped. So great start here for the week in WE. Great way to kind of bring themselves forward. They are now obviously kind of bouncing back after a good few losses in a row. Again, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They did lose to Top Esports and JDG. Definitely two of our top teams in the league. But now they've got a bit of a run now. They've got IG, LGD, Weibo, and NIP. These are very, very beatable teams, in my opinion. Even the Weibo's in there. I could see Weibo dropping. That's just the kind of team Weibo are.
It really is just a battle for better seeding, and like you've been saying, WE managing to scrap this win puts them to the 11th place, and hopefully they do get to find some extra wins, as they had a very dominating performance, especially Hung on that Lee Sin. I think he played the early game spectacularly, where he just never gave any angles for Ultra Prime to play back into the game. I mean, Ning had a terrible time on the Maokai, probably one of the saddest performances I've seen so far in the LPL, but that's exactly what you expect out of a Lee Sin versus Maokai matchup. You want the Lee Sin to be aggressive early. You want to put the Maokai behind before he picks up his items and starts forcing those major objectives, and it's really nice to see W really playing towards their strengths and having Hung super carry on Lee Sin tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it really did look like WE were on a different level to the side of Ultra Prime, and you can see there the goal difference over time, and it just never really got going for the side of Ultra Prime. They just never really found anything, and honestly, just really heads up play, in my opinion, from the likes of the WE kind of setup on the bot side, kind of saying, look, if we let this go to whatever, 10, 15 minutes, and we haven't done anything about it, Doggo and Baolan will just have much more control over this bot side. So we have to hard force this. They got it there, 9-0-7. The only person who died was Iwandi. You were almost correct with your prediction that WE would not die. Unfortunately, you had to say it, and therefore it ended up cursing the game. Even though we were slightly behind, it probably happened much further in the future than we were seeing. But either way, it is still a fantastic win. Great 2 games from WE, and it does feel like we are getting definitive break points between some of our teams. It feels like maybe our 1st to 6th, pretty solid teams, and maybe even 7th in there if you want to be a little bit more, set up. Then it's kind of 8th to 12th, and then we're going down, and we're seeing 13th to 17th. So definitely different divides in there. I had no doubt in my mind that Hang was going to be getting himself the MVP for game number 2.
96% KP coming into this game too. He was an absolute menace across all 3 lanes around the game. I mean, we mentioned the KDAs of the bottom lane, 006 and 007 at one point. Only assists, no kills in the hands of the bottom lane of WE, all in the pockets of Hung, and he was able to really just generate that lead into objectives and towers and even more kills, destroying the enemy's mental, and that game definitely was pretty much over by the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, well, if you're just joining us, it was actually a relatively quick day despite the first series going the full distance, but we do have the results for you today. It was a little bit of a slog for OMG, but they did get the result they wanted. They came out 2-1 now against AL, and then of course finished off the battering of Ultra Prime by WE over in Xi'an 2-0, and it just looked clean.
Yeah, we got our predictions the wrong way around. We thought the first series was going to go to a 2-0 for the side of OMG. Still dropped 1 game, and AL did look pretty promising with that win. But for the game 2, we did not expect W to look this much better than Ultra Prime. Very dominating performance, and it does bump them exactly to that 11th spot. So they are very close around that 10th spot, and it really is just going to be a battle to get into playoffs for W, and this is definitely a start.
I mean, look at the table right now. You can see what we were talking about, kind of like, maybe LGD are still there, but we'll see after tomorrow. But kind of like 13th down, they're kind of our bottom 5 teams. Then you're looking at 12th to maybe 8th, 7th. That's kind of another bank of people who all kind of run against each other. And then 6th up to 1st. OMG and Weibo are exactly the same. They are both on +6 game score, both on 7-4, and have yet to play each other in the regular season. I believe they're playing each other in week number 9. Yes, it's going to be early-ish week number 9, and that's going to be a huge thing. It's literally next Monday, and that's a massive game. I cannot overstate how important that is, because if OMG are able to get the win off of that, they knock Weibo down even further, and they own the head-to-head.
How insane is it to think that Weibo is in that 5th position, tied with OMG? You have the names of Xiaohu, the Shy, even Light and Chris, but you just didn't expect them to have a bit of a struggle up against some of these lower tier teams. But even JDG, I am definitely a JDG fangirl, but even them have dropped games up against these lower tier teams. So it's really a big question mark on who's going to get the better seeding and who's going to get placed where in playoffs. But as long as you're in top 10, you have a chance, right?
Absolutely. All you got to do is make it to playoffs, and we have seen some miracle runs. WE definitely no strangers to that, as well as they keep pushing themselves. And speaking of JDG, as you're a big fan of them, they are playing TT tomorrow. That will be our 2nd series as the number 3 versus the number 7. A bit of a top table clash. It'd be nice to see a little bit of a temperature check to where TT can put themselves, and then EDG looking to kind of put themselves back up on top of the LPL and secure themselves in the playoffs. I believe if they take that win, 10-2 should be just good enough. So it is going to be a important game there. LGD need to get that win, because we talked about it earlier. If they can get to 5 and 7, they're in with a shot. But it's tough to see how, with how well EDG are playing recently, it's so hard to see them kind of, coming out on top of that.
Yep, EDG also took a win away from LNG, and LNG has been looking spectacular, taking down both Weibo and Top Esports. So it's just a big form check for all these top standing teams, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow. But it was great casting with you again, Oshin.
Yeah, it was great and awesome, and it was a fun time, and we're going to send it off to the end of the day. Oh, go on.
Oshin.
Sorry, you have something to say. Go on.
Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Yes.
Where make sure to show your appreciation to all the inspiring women around you and just to tell them that you love them, because we support them as we show all our affection to them as well.
Absolutely. And don't just do it today, do it every other day, as I always think. But particularly today, make sure you show a little bit of effort. But thank you all for watching. Thank you, Kitty, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. And of course, thank you to all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible across 3 continents. It's a bit of a show that we run here, and it's definitely nice to have the backing of such great people. We will see you guys at the same channel at the same time tomorrow.